Hello, everyone. My name is Jürgen Menze, and I'm very happy to hereby officially kick off the 9th Global Annual Conference of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. Let me just start with a physical self-description. I'm a middle-aged white man with a beard, wearing a light blue shirt, as I always do when I'm in the office or working. So thanks again for joining us today. Before I quickly walk through the agenda of today's conference, a few housekeeping remarks. So as you might see, the conference is being recorded for those unable to attend, and the recording will be made available on YouTube and also on the website of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. You should see next to me already an interpreter who is interpreting into international sign. Also, live captioning in English is available, and if you need it, you can enable it here in Zoom. We will have several sessions on different topics, and after each session, we try to have time for Q&As with the audience, so you. So if you have any questions at any point, please use the Q&A function. You should see at the bottom of your screen a Q&A box of the Zoom platform. Please submit your questions only through that function, so we have them all in one place. At the same time, the chat function is open, so feel free to chat with each other, introduce yourself, share what you're doing, but please remember questions only through the Q&A box of Zoom. Presenters will be able to share their screens directly. And to the presenters, please remember your time limit for each of your presentations. And of course, please keep muted and keep your cameras off while you are not speaking. So thank you for allowing me these rather administrative issues to be shared. Now, let me just go quickly, really quickly, through the agenda of today's conference. I mean, as you know, it's a 9th conference. And it's the 3rd conference we do virtually because of the pandemic. And we really hope that next year in 2023, we will be able to meet again in Geneva at the ILO headquarters in a hybrid modality. But today and this year still virtual. Now, after my initial remarks, we will hear from the chair and the vice chair of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network, and also from Chidi King, the director of the branch I'm working in and which is coordinating the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. We will be then welcoming new companies and national business and disability networks to the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. After that welcoming session, we will jump into the first technical, so to say, technical topic session, skilling and employment in the digital economy. After that, we will have the second session on then procurement, disability inclusive procurement. We will then break for lunch for 90 minutes and will resume local time here in Geneva, 2 p.m. and will present 3 global tools for multinational enterprises in the area of disability inclusion. After the presentation of tools, we will be jumping into the 3rd technical session, so to say, on neurodivergent talent and how to include neurodivergent talent in your companies. Then we'll have the final session on partnerships at global and national levels, and then I will be delivering some closing remarks. With this said, I'm very happy to pass the floor to Alex Lane from Accenture. Accenture being the current chair, the chair in 2022 of the Global Business and Disability Network. Alex is a disability and neurodiversity inclusion lead at Accenture. So very much looking forward to hearing from you, Alex. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jürgen, and hello, everybody, and welcome to the ILO Global Business and Disability Network's 9th annual conference. It's a great honor to be here. My name's Alex Lane. I'm the Global Inclusion and Diversity Program Lead for Disability Inclusion and Neurodiversity at Accenture. Accenture's been proud to be the chair for the Global Business Disability Network in 2022. As a brief description, I'm a white middle-aged man of average height with mostly grey hair. I have a short beard and moustache, which is light brown. I'm wearing glasses, which are round and have transparent frames. And I'm wearing a dark blue shirt, which is buttoned up to the top. I'd like to thank the International Labour Organization for bringing us all together today and for hosting what will no doubt be an insightful and an inspiring event. Today, we have the opportunity to learn about the progress the ILO Global Business and Disability Network has made in 2022, to welcome new companies and organizations to the network, and to gain some great insights from a range of inspiring speakers and organizations. This provides us all with an opportunity to learn, to reflect, and to double down on our commitments to accelerate disability inclusion. With new members having joined our network this year and a range of new multinationals joining the network in the coming months, the momentum, focus, and commitment for disability inclusion around the world is steadily and thankfully increasing. It shows that the global network members stay committed to disability inclusion despite of, or rather because of, the many global crises we all experience, but which have typically impacted persons with disability the most. The growth of the network itself brings new opportunities for us all to learn from a broader group of individuals and organizations, and to take intentional action to advance the important work that we must all do in continuing to identify and remove the barriers preventing equitable participation for persons with disabilities, and to work towards creating equal and fair societies across the globe wherever our companies and organizations might be active, as well as to work towards building truly inclusive workplaces that work for everybody. While the exchange among companies on disability issues at a global level remains as important as ever, the regional and country level work must also be addressed at the same time. Over the past few years, the ILO Global Business and Disability Network has increased its focus on regional exchanges. Last year, the network brought together organizations and business leaders from across APAC. And just last month, organization and business leaders from across Africa shared the latest disability inclusion policies, practices in the network's regional conference for Africa. Key to this regional approach is the collaboration with and the expertise of more than 30 national business and disability networks worldwide. Seeing the establishment of many of them in Africa in recent years is especially heartening. This regional approach of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network is working well and is appreciated by business leaders at the national level. So I'm sure we can expect to see regional exchanges on good corporate practices in 2023 as well. The disability inclusion tools for multinational enterprises that will be launched later at today's conference will surely provide added values for companies' work at both the national and regional levels. At Accenture, we remain deeply committed to our disability inclusion journey, and I use the term journey intentionally because we're clear that we're not done and we've not reached a final destination, and that we continue to have important work to do and progress that we need to make. Disability inclusion is and remains a key priority for Accenture and is supported from the top of our organization. Our Global Disability and Neurodiversity Council remains fully committed and continues to help us drive our priorities and to accelerate our progress across a broad range of programs that will enable us to be increasingly inclusive and accessible as an organization. We do continue to make progress, and I'll share a couple of examples of where we've made some positive steps forwards. Today, we have approximately 35,000 disability inclusion allies around the world who act as advocates for us on the ground and within teams, where an individual's sense of belonging is most typically experienced. We have more than 23 disability inclusion focused networks and employee resource groups across 33 countries, which covers approximately 60% of our global presence. We have a global accommodation support tool, which is available in 43 countries, where employees can request accommodations which are handled by local case managers to support individuals' personal needs. We have accessibility centres in 32 locations across 16 countries, where individuals and teams can explore a range of assistive technologies and support firsthand before deciding what's most suitable for them and can help an individual to thrive. We have dedicated global accessibility workplace teams and digital accessibility teams that are committed to creating a barrier-free working environment for our people. We have self-identification live in Workday across 25 countries, covering approximately 90% of our global population, which provides almost everybody with the opportunity to disclose in a safe and a secure environment. We have accessibility activation centres and accessibility practices that are focused on supporting our clients to create accessible and inclusive organisations for their people, customers, and the communities they serve. While we're proud of the progress that we're making, we know that there's more that can and must be done. Some examples of our priorities for the future include a continued focus around our allies, ensuring that they are increasingly active, visible and vocal by continuing to educate and encourage intentionally inclusive behaviours. We must continue to drive a mindset for accessibility by setting the expectation for the creation of accessible materials and documents as a standard practice, not as a should do, but as a must do. We continue to expand our network of employee resource groups around the world and continue to create more effective ways to act on the sentiments and to capture the sentiments of our people, which in turn will help us to focus our efforts and our resources on the most impactful areas. We must continue to create the environment where individuals feel safe and confident to disclose through self-identification too. This helps us to more accurately understand our global population of persons with disabilities. We must continue to be relentless in our pursuit to identify opportunities to embed inclusive practices within our core processes across the employee lifecycle, and to make sure that we're continuing to identify and mitigate any potential bias in the moment. We must also continue to embed inclusive design into the very fabric of how we work internally and also how we work with our clients on a day-to-day basis. And we must continue to work with our key partners, providers, and the fantastic organisations that make up the ILO Global Business and Disability Network to collaborate and to accelerate change. Related to that final point, whilst it's been a great honour for Accenture to be the chair for the ILO Global Business and Disability Network during 2022, we very much look forward to working alongside Atos as the new chair in 2023, as well as working alongside all the other great organisations that are part of the Global Steering Committee. So once again, thanks everybody for being here today and wishing everybody a great day and a valuable learning experience. Thanks, Jürgen.
Thanks so much, Alex, and thanks also to Accenture as a whole for hosting, or not hosting, but sharing rather, the ILO Global Business and Disability Network in 2022. So you still have officially, I guess, four weeks left, but it has been a pleasure. Thanks so much to Accenture. Neil from Atos should be up next, but I don't see him online. Not sure if he has problems connecting. So I would ask Chidi, the chief of the Gender, Equality, Diversity, and Inclusion branch at the ILO, so my boss, to come in first, and hopefully Neil will be able to connect in the meantime. Thank you, Chidi, and over to you. Oh, sorry. I just see Neil coming in. Sorry, Chidi. So, Chidi, sorry, we'll have you waiting for a few more minutes. And Neil, thanks for making it on time after all. And over to you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Very sorry to be typically late. I appreciate you all and be part of this great conference, and getting some ribbing in the background from Hector as well. So that's fantastic. So it's a real pleasure for Atos to be vice chairs of the ILO GBDN in 2022, and we're very much looking forward to participating even further in 2023 as chairs. We absolutely see great value in working together on these topics, because it's only when we work together that we can really move forwards on inclusion. So I think that events like this, where we can come together, where we can learn from each other, are absolutely crucial for us to be able to share best practice, work collaboratively, and also be honest about some of the challenges that we have, because actually sometimes it's quite hard doing this stuff, especially in complex environments such as large organizations, which most of the representatives are. So I think that today is going to give great value for everyone. I think there's an amazing lineup of speakers, and I'm really pleased that some of my colleagues are also represented talking about our journey. But equally, I'm here to listen and learn from all of the other people that are doing good work in the space. So I just really wanted to wish everyone a fantastic conference. I think that it will be a great day, and I'm looking forward to hearing all of the good stuff from all of my esteemed colleagues.
Yeah, thanks so much, Neil. And of course, we're all looking forward to working with you as the chair representing Atos in 2023. And I think your remarks about working together, sharing best practices, and also being honest about what's not working quite, or what the challenges are, is really at the core of what we're trying to do as the Global Business and Disability Network. Thanks for pointing that out. So with that said, Chidi, now it's your turn. Over to you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Jürgen, and warm greetings to all participants at this 9th Global Annual Conference of the Global Business and Disability Network. My name is Chidi King. I'm the Chief of the Gender, Equality, Diversity and Inclusion branch of the ILO, which is part of the Work Quality Department, the Conditions of Work and Equality Department of the ILO. By way of a brief description, I'm a Black middle-aged woman with short graying hair and wearing thin frame glasses. I'd like to thank Alex Lane from Accenture and of course Neil Milliken for making it just in time, from Atos, for their remarks and their continued leadership of the GBDN, both as the current chair and the incoming chair of the network. And it really is a pleasure to see the GBDN growing in both its membership and the topics it addresses. And I'm especially pleased to see that intersecting identities of persons with disabilities are being addressed increasingly within the ILO GBDN this year, more than ever before, and especially in the latest business-to-business roundtables that were held with company members of the network. In fact, I'm joining you from Bangkok, where the ILO is hosting its first regional Gender Equality and Inclusion Academy. And intersectionalities has also been high on the agenda here. And we've had the privilege of hearing from organizations of persons with disabilities, representatives from indigenous peoples and their communities, from governments, from employer membership-based organizations and workers' organizations, amongst others. ILO GBDN company members are, I think, particularly well placed for promoting an intersectional approach. Typically, you have policies on diversity and inclusion, which are well developed, and you are well placed at seeing the connections between these different policies and the areas that they address. And whilst awareness of the importance and benefits of diversity and inclusion is growing, I think generally speaking, many companies still don't systematically promote diversity and inclusion. And where they do, persons with disabilities may not be part and parcel of their endeavors. So we really do look to the leadership of the GBDN in this area. ILO GBDN company members and the members of national business and disability networks play a key role in ensuring that disability inclusion enters and stays in more and more disability and inclusion conversations, so that effective policies and practices that work for colleagues with disabilities and others can be put in place. And the network continues to be at the forefront of emerging issues that are important to the equitable and effective inclusion of persons with disabilities in the world of work. In addition to some of the traditional challenges, if I can put it that way, to promoting the inclusion of employment with persons with disabilities, we see that new challenges arise all the time. But at the same time, these challenges can be turned into opportunities. And two of these areas you will be addressing during your annual global conference today. They are the digital and green economy. While they potentially offer employment opportunities, decent work opportunities for persons with disabilities, we need to ensure that digital tools are accessible and non-discriminatory, and that climate actions by companies are also disability inclusive. Earlier this month, the network held a webinar on what were mostly negative impacts of the use of artificial intelligence on hiring and employing people with disabilities. And this awareness raising is key if we're to be aware of the risks and advocate for an empowering and inclusive use of artificial intelligence. Turning to the green economy and bearing in mind that, of course, the COP27 has just recently taken place this month, we need to seriously reflect on how the actors of the global economy and of national labour markets can play a more active role in ensuring that people with disabilities are not left behind, and that companies can actively play this role. At the ILO, we are, of course, happy to continue to support the business efforts or the efforts of business in this area. So with these final thoughts, I'd like to wish you a successful global annual conference and hand over to my colleague Jürgen to present the ILO's Global Business Disabilities Network's work in the past year. Thank you, Jürgen, and thanks to all of you.
Thank you very much, Chidi, and thanks for raising some of the more, let's say, emerging issues that the Global Business and Disability Network is trying to address, like intersecting identities of persons with disabilities, climate action, and the use of artificial intelligence. So with this, thank you for those who have spoken in the opening session. I will just quickly run you through what we have done in the Global Business and Disability Network in 2022 to give you a bit of a summary of what we did before we then welcome the new members to the network. So let me try to screen share. I hope that works well. So just for those who might have never joined, I hope this is showing up fine. Anyways, those who might have never joined any event of the Global Business and Disability Network and might have heard about it only now, just a reminder that the Global Business and Disability Network is a network for companies by companies, and we have 35 multinational enterprises as of today. And we also work as national level, country level with national business and disability networks, and also regional one for the Latin American region. At the same time, the third category of members are non-business entities, and you see the logos here. It's Cornell University, DPOD, CVM, Light for the World, International Disability Alliance, Sightsavers, and Universia Foundation, and Humanity and Inclusion. Now, what did we do? This is not a chronological presentation of what we did in 2022, but I think it's good to highlight a few things over others. We had last month a regional conference, and before the regional conference, we had a workshop for national business and disability networks in Africa. So this was a non-public event. It was invitation only, but we felt it was important to highlight good practices of national business and disability networks in Africa, because many of these networks are rather young, only 2-3 years old sometimes. And we see that, as mentioned also by Alex in his remarks, that national business and disability networks have shown that they are an effective approach, an effective mechanism to promote also the employment of persons with disabilities, especially in low and middle income countries. So that's why we last month, we focused on networks in Africa. Following 3 weeks later, we had the regional conference of the Global Business and Disability Network for Africa, in which, of course, we also brought in the results from the technical workshop with national business and disability networks. We had 401 registrants, and half of them joined during that day on the 26th of October. It was the first time we delivered a conference in a bilingual manner. So we had English and French, of course, also international sign. And overall, I think it's important to stress that this regional approach is very much appreciated by companies and regional and local actors, of course, because the practices, the ideas, the initiatives that are shared at regional level resonate much stronger with those working at regional and national level than when you have global practices.
Jürgen, sorry to disrupt you. We can't see your slides moving.
Okay, sorry. I'll ask my colleague Aria then maybe to put up the slides, because I'm sorry for that. While my colleague Aria is trying to do so, I will just say that, and thanks Alex for letting me know. So this approach of regional conferences, as I said, I think it's very much appreciated, and we will continue to do so after we had the last year the Asia and Pacific region, this year Africa. We will continue next year with the Arab states. So that's about the regional conferences. Webinars, we continued, of course, also in 2022 with webinars. We had 4 of them. Also, Chidi mentioned the one on artificial intelligence that we had actually this month. We had one on neurodiversity, and we will have a session on neurodiversity later today in the conference. We had a session on accessibility, or rather a webinar on accessibility in February, and also one on acquiring digital skills and promoting the employment of persons with disabilities in the digital economy, also in February. The year is not over yet, so we still have one webinar planned. You will get an invite shortly. This webinar will focus on skills and jobs for young persons with disabilities, which is co-organized by the Global Business and Disability Network and the Global Initiative on Decent Jobs for Youth. That will be on the 14th. In addition to the conferences, global and regional, and the webinars, we continued in 2022 with the B2B roundtables. So the B2B roundtables are 1-hour gatherings of the company members of the Global Business and Disability Network. So in terms of numbers, the B2B roundtables are smaller, but at the same time, it allows for a more in-depth and informal discussion. We had 4 of them also this year. 2 of them on intersectionality and diversity and inclusion, which one being chaired by Accenture and one by the author of a recent ILO report on diversity and inclusion. We also had one on what we call disability disclosure and trust, measuring engagement of disabled employees. That was done in collaboration with Global Disability Inclusion and Mercer. And earlier this year in March, we also had a B2B roundtable on making online job portals accessible to candidates with disabilities. Actually, that topic will also be presented in the session later today on global tools, because there we were working with the International Telecommunications Union on accessible e-recruitment platforms. So much for the B2B roundtables. Let me just see, is this, yeah, I see this is currently being shared. Thank you, Aria. So now moving to the projects. We have a few projects in which the ILO Global Business and Disability Network is involved, sometimes leading on the project and sometimes just being a partner. We did earlier this year a mapping in 5 Asian countries to see how the labor markets work in the digital economy in these countries, to see how can we influence mainstream providers of digital training through a small committed group of companies lobbying, so to say, for more inclusive training on digital skills for persons with disabilities. You will hear more about this in the case of China in the digital economy session later today. As I already mentioned, we had a project with the International Telecommunications Union on accessibility of online job application and recruitment systems. I'm happy that my colleague Jenny will later present the handbook and the e-learning that is being launched in the next few days. And we, as ILO Global Business and Disability Network, also are a partner in the project, well, the official title is a bit long, but Human Resources Expertise Alliance for a Disability Diverse and Inclusive Workplace. That is currently with the European Commission. Let's see if it's going to be funded or not, but fingers crossed. At the same time, as every year, we kept producing technical guidance and publications. Well, you will hear later today from Susan Scott Parker about the new ILO GBDN Self-Assessment Tool. I think it's version 3.0. I think we had 2 versions in the past, but very exciting tool, and hopefully many companies will use it. We then co-sponsored Purple Planet, how to create high-impact disability employee resource groups in global organizations. I will not say a lot about this because we also have this guide being presented by the colleagues later today in the session on global tools. And also this year, we just made 2 publications available as easy to read versions, one on digital economy and one on the future of work. All of that, of course, is available on the website of the Global Business and Disability Network. Just a few words then on communications. We got a good number of followers on LinkedIn. Of course, you can measure your success through different metrics. I'm just here pointing out the number of total followers. We got about 26% increase on LinkedIn. As I said recently in another webinar we are not on Twitter, so feel free to follow us on LinkedIn. And we have a bi-monthly newsletter in English and Spanish. We have about 2,850 subscribers for English and 1,300 for Spanish. If you're not yet subscribed, please do so. If you have any questions about how to subscribe, also just drop us a line to the Secretariat. This and I think all other presentations will be available after the conference, so don't worry if I spoke too quickly. I know I do that sometimes. If you missed anything, you can always go back to the slides after the conference. With this said, I'm very happy now it's always, I think, one of the big pleasures of the global annual conferences of the Global Business and Disability Network to welcome new members to the network. So in this case, we have sometimes we have non-business members, as I explained, are also members. This year we didn't get new business members into the network. At the same time, we got a good number of companies joining us. And I would like to give the floor first to the companies and then to the National Business and Disability Networks. And one of the companies that joined us earlier this year was Unilever, represented today by Sandra Fontano, and she's a Senior Global Sustainability Manager. So Sandra, I would ask you to come in and say a few words on behalf of Unilever. And thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jürgen, and I hope everyone can hear me okay. My name is Sandra Fontano. As Jürgen just mentioned, I work in the global sustainability team at Unilever. And a brief description of me: I am a white woman with dark brown hair, a fringe, and today I'm wearing a blue dress. Unilever is very proud to be part of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network, so thank you very much for having us on board. Our purpose is to make sustainable living commonplace. And Unilever launched the Compass in 2020, which confirmed our ambition for us to become a beacon for equity, diversity, and inclusion. And for that, we need to ensure that equity, diversity, and inclusion is at the heart of our values, which is something that we're working very hard towards now. And we're working to do this across our entire value chain. This is something that Unilever is very proud of, but making sure that we look at the entire ability and touch points that Unilever has in order to be able to drive this through. So within our workplace, we have various commitments as part of our Compass strategy, which include achieving an equitable and inclusive culture by eliminating any bias and discrimination in our practices and policies, which is a piece of work that is being carried out right now in order to be able to just assess and understand how we can try to reduce and eliminate all of that, all or any of the bias that may be included in those policies. Accelerate our diverse representation at all levels of leadership. We successfully reached 50-50 gender parity for our managers in 2019, 1 year ahead of the target, and now we're looking beyond managers. So we're looking in particular above, moving upwards, to be able to really just understand how can we just make sure that that parity is there, but also that broader diversity also where possible, and that 5% of our workforce is made up of people with disabilities by 2025. In terms of our supply chain, this is another piece of our value chain that we're kind of looking at in terms of what we can do. Our commitment there is to be able to spend 2 billion annually with diverse businesses worldwide by 2025. And this is underpinned by three specific areas: increasing our spend with those diverse owned businesses, building up the pipeline to actually create supply development programs so that we get more businesses that are ready to enter into the corporate pipeline supply chain, and then linking with our partners to understand how they can also grow diversity within their supply chains. And so within part of that specific area of supply diversity, the groups that we're looking at are gender, race, ethnicity, people with disabilities, and LGBTQ+I communities. So they are the four that we're focusing on to be able to bring more of that those diverse voices into our supply chain. And then finally, through our brands, that's another route that we have a lot of power through the brands, and we understand that they can also speak to many people and raise awareness in different ways. And so through that, through the brands like Dove, Rexona, etc., we're exploring how we can bring that to life more, and in particular through our unstereotype commitment, we're exploring how we can bring in a more diverse workforce into the creative agencies, make sure that that diverse workforce behind the camera is also in place as well as in front of the camera, and that's that there. And so, as I mentioned, we're very proud to be part of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network, and we look forward to working and collaborating with you all, because I think that's one of the most interesting parts of this, the potential collaboration opportunities. Thank you, Jürgen.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And of course, we're very happy to have welcomed Unilever this year to the network. And thanks so much, of course, for highlighting your willingness and openings to collaborate, which is at the heart of the network. Thanks so much. I would now ask Isabelle Hellio from Veolia to come in. Veolia is the latest member of the network, just joined, I think, last week officially. So Isabelle, I hope that works for you. Let's see. There you go. Isabelle, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, Jürgen. Hello, I am Isabelle Hellio, and thanks for welcoming me today in this webinar. I am Diversity and Engagement Director for Veolia Group, and I am very proud to represent Veolia Group today and to join the ILO Business and Disability Network. Just some words perhaps about Veolia, which is the world leader in optimized resource management, and we have the ambition to become the world champion of the ecological transformation. We have nearly 210,000 employees on the 5 continents, and we design, implement water, waste management and energy solutions to contribute to sustainable development of cities and industries. Through these 3 main and complementary activities, Veolia contributes to developing access to resources, preventing available resources, and renewing them. As a social responsible company, as Veolia has written some years ago what we call in French raison d'être, which is the purpose of the group, we work for several years for diversity within our teams and for the inclusion of all of them. We know that employees, and you all around the virtual table, that employees and especially new generations have very high expectations of companies in terms of social and societal commitment. So we have the ambition to build more and more a place where all our employees can flourish and to foster an inclusive culture. And at Veolia, of course, as you all again, we know that contrary to many preconceived ideas, employment and disability are very often compatible, and we know how much employment is a factor of social inclusion. This is why we have made disability one of the 4 priorities of our DE&I action plan. The 3 others are gender balance, gender identity, and
Isabelle, Not sure if you can still hear us.
% of them are non-manager and 50% of them are blue-collar workers. Concerning more specifically disability, the percentage of employees worldwide in 2021 with disabilities is 2.4%. Of course, within countries where we are able to count people who declare where people are declared. Especially in France, because we are a French company. In 2021, we had 3.9% of people with disability, and we spent 11 million euro devoted to what we call in France, adapted and protected sector. So all over the world, a lot of our entities have already done specific action on the field to allow people to even if they have a disability, to work within Veolia. But we want to make progress and we want to better integrate them all over the world. So we have also, as you all, different situations, specific operational situation, specific regulation and legislation all over the world. But we have the ambition to set up more and more actions in favor of disability in our BUs. So we have chosen to join the ILO Business and Disability Network because we know that it contributes to developing skills of company in the inclusion of people with disabilities. And we are very happy also to be able to share with you our initiatives and to discuss with you in later webinars to exchange best practices to progress all together on these very critical issues everywhere in the world. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Isabelle, and really great to have also Veolia on board of the Global Business and Disability Network. Thanks so much. Now moving back to a company that joined earlier this year, at the beginning of the year, ISS, today represented by Robert Oosting, the Head of Diversity and Inclusion. Robert, over to you.
Yes, do I have sound now?
Yes, all good.
All right, great. Sorry, I had some technical stuff going on, so I'm on my phone right now. Jürgen, thank you for giving me a chance to, also welcoming my company in this session. Hello, everyone. My name is Robert Oosting. I am representing ISS Facility Services. We are a Danish leading facility management company, and we are globally active in more than 30 countries, providing work for more than 400,000 employees. I am the chair of our Global Abilities Employee Resource Group, and with this ERG, we are creating a platform to share evidence and experience related to barriers and issues and opportunities, of course, for our people. Our ERG mission is by understanding the barriers that people with disability face when working, traveling, and living their everyday lives. We are able to remove those barriers and making workplaces more accessible for all our employees within our company. We have been setting up our new abilities ERG since early 22. And we have been working on creating our ERG abilities framework. We have been working on an abilities management guideline. We are developing abilities awareness modules to be part of our L&D program. We have been partnering with platforms like Purple Space and the Valuable 500. And of course, we have been building our internal network and our ERG membership to create awareness for inclusive and inclusivity and accessibility. So when building our DE&I platform, we are fully aware that we not only need inspiration, but also expertise from outside. So for us, memberships and partners are vital to build the right framework for our ERG abilities. And next to the alignments and partnership that we already built in recent year with other platforms, we are very thankful to be a new member of ILO. We have been ILO members since 2022, and I must say already in this short time we have gained benefits from this membership. We have found ILO very active in creating awareness and connecting members by organizing webinars and roundtable sessions. I have so far attended a number of sessions on neurodiversity, inclusive recruitment, and many other topics, and it has been already providing us insights, useful insights for building our own ERG standards. So, you know, the ILO membership gives us more insight in the ways of working at other organizations, access to relevant documents, reports. It made us able to believe or learn by other members by presentation and best practices. And lastly, be connected to a broader community. And finally, the other way around, of course, in time we hope as ISS to give back to the ILO community on sharing our own best practices and initiatives that we as a company can bring to the table. So yeah, I think there's a lot out there to gain, and I feel confident that our new membership with the ILO will bring many good things in making workplaces more accessible for all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I hope with your permission, I would use this part of the recording for a testimonial and convince other companies to join. I think you provide a very nice summary of what you think ISS has already gained by being a member of the Global Business and Disability Network. Thanks so much, Robert.
Yeah.
Now I would like to pass on the floor to Béatrice Chavanel from the Renault group. The paperwork is in the making, but Renault is joining the network very soon. So Béatrice, over to you.
Thank you, Jürgen. You hear me well?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, so I am Béatrice Chavanel. I am the Vice President Diversity and Inclusion for Renault Group. So Renault Group is an automotive company with about 110,000 employees in 35 countries, and we have half people working in plants. So I was appointed 18 months ago when the Diversity and Inclusion Department was formed. And our objective is to increase diversity and to provide a friendlier work environment to our employees. So as a global company, it's important for us to implement global policies. So we began to work first on gender diversity because, as you may know, as many automotive companies, Renault Group is a company of with a large majority of men. So we have right now 20% of women in the company. So our first objective was to increase the number of women and the way we are able to integrate them and to develop them in a company. So the first policy at global level we implement was on gender diversity, but now we have two new policies to implement. First one, the disability policy, and that's why I'm here today. And I hope next year we will work also on a global policy on parenthood. So if we come back on disability, in fact, we are doing a lot on disability right now at country level. So for example, in France, they work a lot on disability recognition, and we have in France more than 8% of people with disability. If I took other examples, in UK, they put in place a restroom for people with mental health, or in Brazil, they have a committee and they organize a regular focus group to assess and prioritize their action on people with disabilities, and so on in many of the country we work in. But we have right now very few coordination, and what we want to implement in the coming week and month is we want to be able to offer to each people with disability, whatever the Renault Group country they work for, the right support they need. So we are looking for implementing global policy with global standards for people with disability in the group. So it's a huge work we began by a survey on what each country offer right now to people with disabilities. And we want to define with them standards regarding all kinds of disability and provide, I imagine, a support for an expert team, one team who will be able to help each country in their disability policy. And our objective is to launch this second half of 2023. So we have many projects right now in process, and I look forward to benefiting from ILO members and organization learnings, of course, and also to be able to work with all of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Béatrice. And likewise, we are, of course, looking very much forward to working with the Renault Group. And thanks so much for having taken the decision to join. So very much appreciated. And I see here in the chat also welcome remarks by already older, so to say, not too old. Mapfre here in Spain joined us, I think, last year. So they're also welcoming the new members. So thanks so much for that. And nice to see all this group spirit, team spirit in the network. We would now hand over to Rashid from Inditex, but I think he has difficulties connecting. But just to say, Inditex also joined this year, big Spanish retailer. Some of you might know their brands like Zara and Pull&Bear. Very excited to also working with them in a broader ILO context also, because the company is supporting other projects of the ILO, not only the disability work we're doing in the Global Business and Disability Network. Unless Rashid has joined in the last 5 seconds, which I don't see him online, I would now move to the second part of this welcoming session. Since we now welcomed the company members, the new company members of the Global Business and Disability Network, we're also now moving then to the National Business and Disability Networks. And there, just to say that we also have the Argentinian Business and Disability Network on the agenda. Unfortunately, Leticia got sick, wanted to record a video in advance, but that didn't quite work out. So just to say that in addition to France, and we will hear from Julie Feniger in a second, in addition to France and the National Business and Disability Network there, in 2022, the Global Business and Disability Network was reinforced, so to say, by the network that was established earlier this year in Argentina. With this said, yeah, I'm passing it on to Julie Feniger. She's a project manager at Inclusion Manifesto, or Manifeste Inclusion. Sorry for my French. So that's the National Business and Disability Network in France. So Julie, over to you.
Hi, good morning. Thanks, Jürgen. Thanks for inviting me and for the opportunity to present you the association. So I'm Julie Feniger, General Delegate of Manifeste Inclusion, or Inclusion Manifesto, as you say in English. So Inclusion Manifesto, as you say, is a French disability and is a French business and disability network for the inclusion of people with disabilities. We mobilize the top 100 business leaders in France who engage their organization and their environment in favor of the employment of people with disabilities. Our purpose is to contribute to the change of our society by employment, including the differences of each one to make this diversity a force. We work every day with conviction to facilitate the share of experiences, good practices, and innovative initiatives. So what do we do every day? First, we work directly with CEOs and gather them to share their needs and best practices to inspire each other. We know that when a CEO is personally involved, that helps diversity manager achieve their goals. Second, we have 6 working groups in different subjects. Digital accessibilities, internationalization of disability policies, KPI, youth education, support for small and medium businesses, and forms of employment. Each working group delivers webinars, tools, guides for diversity managers to help them to deploy their disability policies. Third, we organize Inclusive Business Trophy once a year. We highlight companies that are committed and demonstrate their dynamism in carrying out inclusive action for people with disabilities. If the trophy are awarded to those presenting the most innovative initiatives, all participating companies are valued. All their experiments are the subject of reports communicated on our website to the public and to other companies with the aim of encouraging the sharing of experiences. It's a trophy organized by companies for companies. The Inclusion Manifesto is also intended to be the gateway to create efficient synergies between association and companies. We act to include all people with disabilities in economic life because because employment is a vector of inclusion. This is why we join ILO. We think that we all work better together. By joining our forces, we will make our society better. And just if you're interested, on December 19, we are organizing with one of our working group a conference on how to build and deploy a global disability policy. An English version will be available online. You are welcome if you want. Jürgen sent you the invitation last week, but if you have any question, please let me know. That's it for me. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks so much, Julie, and welcome again to the Global Business and Disability Network. I think it's also very interesting for us because we know that many of the multinational enterprises in the Global Business and Disability Network are French multinational enterprises, and many of them also, of course, part of the Inclusion Manifesto. So thanks so much, and I think it's also a very good addition to the Global Business and Disability Network. Now I'm happy to see that we would, in theory, still have 2 minutes for this welcoming session, but of course we will not just wait now 2 minutes to start with a new session, and we'll already move into the session Skilling and Employment in the Digital Economy, which is the first technical topic, so to say, that we're going to address this morning, at least Geneva time. I see that Laurent and Christine are in the same room physically. That's amazing. That's great to see you both there connected. So we have 3 slots, so to say, with different speakers. And the first slot will be Christina Hamot. Sorry, I might mispronounce your last name. She's a disability manager at TotalEnergies, and Laurent Dordain. He's a diversity and inclusion manager at ENGIE. They will jointly present their work they are doing on digital accessibility and how they train persons with disabilities. And then we will hear from Atos and then from the China chapter of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. With that said, over to you, Christine and Laurent.
Yes, thank you, Jürgen. Do you mind if we share our screen?
Not at all. Not at all. Please do so.
Okay. Can you see the screen now, Jürgen?
It works for me, yes.
Excellent. So Christine and myself are very pleased and delighted to present to you a project that we we've been working on during a couple of months. This project aims to train digital accessibility reference. It is a multi-project partner by and for people with disabilities. I'm going to start by giving you a brief overview of what we mean by digital accessibility, the associated challenges and the main lines of the project, and Christine will show you the people involved in this project and how it will be deployed within Total. And we will end this presentation by some perspectives. So, what do we mean by digital accessibility? Digital accessibility says as A1, while by the expert of the subject, aims at having services that are usable by anyone. And when we say anyone, we mean regardless of the context in which he or she is, that is to say, cultural, tech-wise, or ability-wise. And one has to keep in mind that digital accessibility is mandatory in most countries where we are operating TotalEnergies and ENGIE. And I mean, I guess it is also the case for all the companies which are in the room now. And it has been mandatory since several years also. So, when we talk about digital accessibility, we often think about the ability to navigate and to interact on the internet. This is made possible by technologies such as screen readers, braille displays, for example, for visual impairments, head mouses, or speech recognition. But digital accessibility is also all the developments and innovation implemented by our teams and by our partners like Microsoft, for example, or Atos. So what is the stake for us to work on this topic? First of all, it is a question of inclusion and performance. It is also a strong impact on the brand image of ENGIE and on TotalEnergies. It is also obviously a question of IT and digital excellence. And last but not least, it is also a legal and risk topic. So what do we do about improving accessibility concretely for us? We want to create, to sell, to buy, and to use accessible contents and services. We want to have contacts and processes to solve issues. We are raising awareness and we are providing trainings, as will be shown by Christine. We wish to hire trained digital experts, and we wish to ensure compliance to international laws. International, not only in France and Europe, but all over the world. So some concrete examples, sorry. Here are concrete examples illustrating the importance of making our tools and information accessible. This can be the case, for example, for a student who cannot send an application, or if the advertisements are not accessible to people with disabilities. At the customer level, sorry, the problem can also arise if it's not possible to pay an invoice online, or to send an invoice for a supplier, or to file a claim. At the employee level, let's say an employee is no longer able to use internal IT solution, or an employee cannot work from home, or an employee cannot attend a training course. In terms of solution and services, imagine that the company sold a non-compliant solution, or we buy, or we deliver, sorry, a non-compliant solution. This is a huge risk for us. And in terms of security, we can imagine that technician can no longer intervene on the maintenance device of the plant, or in the building, the safety system is not understandable. And finally, and this is not a not negligible risk, we can imagine that the shareholder does not have access to the documents for general meeting, or a shareholder can vote at this general meeting. It is for all these reasons shown on this slide that we are committed to this project that I will let Christine present to you.
Thank you, Laurent. So, hello, everyone. Now I am going to present the new project in which ENGIE and TotalEnergies are engaged. Firstly, a few words about the context and issues of the project. A strong willingness of French companies to meet the regulatory challenge of digital accessibility through a formal audit to improve accessibility of the digital environment and to integrate people with disability into the teams to illustrate the CSR commitments in a very concrete way. And Simplon and Numericea are two actors proposing a turnkey solution allowing French our companies having tech skills on accessibility by participating in the training and recruitment and being accompanied towards a better integration of people with disability. So, Simplon and Numericea, who are they? It's at a glance, Simplon is a training organization and Numericea is a web agency. Simplon is a very big international network of social inclusive tech bootcamps. They offer free and intensive courses in digital skills everywhere in the world, and especially for job seekers. It's a rich ecosystem to help organizations in their digital transformation. Simplon is present in 28 countries with 300 employees working for Simplon and more than 20,000 people trained everywhere in the world, with very important results. Near 70% of people of positive outcomes 6 months later after training, with 50% in employment. So very amazing. And Numericea is entirely dedicated to digital accessibility, and they employ mainly people with disability. So the project is based on the alliance of these two economic players with proposing, sorry, the phone is calling. And they have decided to work together to hire and train people with disability, especially job seekers, with a 1-year paid contract within a large company committed to this issue. And ENGIE and TotalEnergies are very proud to welcome the first auditor in January for the first promotion of this initiative. As a few words about TotalEnergies commitments, our digital project is supported by an action plan based on 3 areas: acculturation, training, integration. So the mission of the auditor will be to acculturate teams on the challenge of digital accessibility, to analyze our digital products accessibility, to implement best practices and target needed tools. So we do a lot about training, e-learning, virtual classrooms, meetings, exchanges about accessibility, but I wish today to highlight 2 main initiatives: a working group dedicated to the subject with volunteers from the company, employees who commit themselves as much as possible for improving the solutions to help people with disability identify within TotalEnergies. And another project, the partnership with the IT and VIP unit to provide immediate assistance to people with disabilities, and top of the range model, top of the range service, exactly the same that the one provided to the company's senior executive. So a very, very good partnership and a very good service proposed to our employees with disabilities. We identify relay persons, of course, in targeted departments, and such as training and IT, and we have also a dedicated channel available. I want to thank the team of our digital factory who welcomes the auditor in January, Frédéric, Miriam, and Mealinda. And maybe to just a conclusion on about the benefits of the project, the last slide, a multi-partner project with NGO, Simplon Numérique, French administration, because Simplon and Numérique benefit, both of them, from a French government agreement about social utility, and a large international company, a turnkey solutions that make sense for improved digital accessibility, involve and train people with disability, job coaching by experts, and to give a new image, a tech and modern image of disability, and last but not least, allow a decent wage for these people. And maybe the slide, the funny slide.
And to conclude, we are very proud to show you the dream team of this project. And with this picture, you can see the learners, the sponsors, and the staff during a meeting in Simplon offices. We will welcome, we are 5 companies, 1 point, Microsoft, L'Oréal, TotalEnergies, and ENGIE for the support, and Numérique Simplon for NGOs. And we will, as said by Christine, we welcome the digital accessibility reference at the beginning of 2023. And we will be delighted to give you the first feedback at the end of next year during the next GBDN meeting. And, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Laurent and Christine. And I hope, yes, come to Geneva, hopefully then, and then you can present what has happened between now and the next Global Annual Conference. I think what is so good to see, I mean, even you're sitting next to each other in the same physical room, it shows the importance of partnering and working together. And I think that also clearly came out of your presentation. I think if we want to be successful in not only training people with disabilities to acquire the skills they need, in this case, digital skills, but also making sure that they also get a, as you said, decent wage, like a decent jobs, high quality job. It's so important to partner with everybody who is involved in making that happen, and not just focusing on one side of the equation or the labor market if we talk about whole economies. So thanks so much. It's very much appreciated. And that just to emphasize that, why do we focus also in today's conference on the digital economy, digital skills? Because we know this is the part of economy that will not go away, that will only increase, and all companies are in demand of digitally skilled workers, independent of whether a company is an IT company or working in other areas. You know, ENGIE and TotalEnergies are not IT companies, right? At the same time, they have a need for digitally skilled workers. In this case, more digital accessibility, of course, is important, but you might have a need for cybersecurity experts, or also simply basic digital skills. And we have to make sure that people with disabilities acquire those skills, but not only acquire and then sit at home, but actually can employ them and get a good job. That's why I think it's important focus to stay in the digital economy and discussing what else needs to happen, who has to do things differently, as my colleague Susan Scott Parker keeps saying, who needs to do what differently to make this work. Now, with that said, I'm happy to pass the floor to Atos, represented by 2 colleagues here today in this session. Mark Wilcock, he's a Global Accessibility Academy and Accessibility Knowledge Lead, and Susana Azores de Francisco, she's Human Resources Director. And if I understood correctly, Atos will split their presentation into a skilling and an employment part. And I think the skilling part will now be addressed by Mark. So over to you.
Jürgen. So yep, as mentioned there, myself and Susan will be presenting 2 topics, and I'll just share my screen 1 moment. So hopefully that's sharing through.
That's fine. Yeah, thanks.
Perfect. So I will be discussing a topic around apprenticeships and what we've chaired as Atos in the UK, and Susan will be discussing about our Include initiative, and I'll pass over to Susan as she's taking the first part.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you all to invite to this session. Really, it's a pleasure to stay here and share with you the program Include. In line with our global and diversity and inclusion strategy, the ambition in Spain is to be an inclusive, diverse and ethical employer by applying global principles. So at Atos Spain is furthermore computed to act in line with Atos Group policies regarding Atos Group accessibility and digital inclusion. It's act in line with Spanish law, and in addition is promote the inclusion and ensure that everyone has the same access, both ethical and legal obligations. Really, I'm completely agree with your saying. This is a war of talent. And really, we think that there are a lot of possibilities to training and to give and employ regarding digital skills for people with disabilities. So really, we launched the program, the Include program. This is a specific program launched more regarding the employability. Is created, defined with a Good Job Foundation, whose goals is facilitate the job placement for people with disabilities. So Atos has designed with its partners a comprehensive training in cybersecurity. The duration is 3 months, aimed to a group of students without technical background that doesn't bear any cost to the participants. After the training, a recruitment process is held among the students to be on board in Atos project and working with those partners. If we move to the next slide, please, Mark. We can view what's the proposal for Atos is really to create this job placement of people with disabilities in cybersecurity sector. As you know, cybersecurity is really demand sector, and we need to increase our capacities. So we work with different partners, Good Job Foundation, National Cybersecurity Institute, and Rootedcom, and other technical collaborators or partners. As I mentioned, 3 months training, only 3 months training, intensive training with the support of the Good Job. And later, we made a collaborative contract in order to implement and to put in practice the knowledge, and later to be hired in Atos. As results, 12 people with disability have been hired in our company and has the same opportunities as all the rest. If we move to the next step, it's not only the results. The results of the Include, this program is completely fulfilled. So really, it's not only to hire a group of diverse students with disabilities, not only reverting benefits to the company, really is considered a business, a very, very good business case. So really, we receive security bonus and tax deductions, and really is more than this. It's possibility to do without a big investment. We launched another program, Denarius. We think it's not only a cybersecurity area that we need to reinforce our skills or people. So we launched the same program in sub-practice. So we are working on it, and we expecting that this group of students continue with and will be hired in our company. Of course, with these activities, our employer branding has been reinforced, and we receive different programs, different recognitions for this inclusive practice as employer. Includes award from Good Job Foundation and Intrama, with the certification as top 40 diversity company. So really, we are completely happy with these results, and we continue to create new career paths in this technology for people with disability. Mark, the floor is yours to comment it about the apprentice standards for accessibility.
Thank you, Susanna. So on to the next topic around the accessibility apprenticeship standard that we've led at Atos with the help of other companies locally and internationally, and just about the values and rationale behind why we've done it. So in the UK, and I specifically, there's a difficulty recruiting experienced talent in accessibility. And the aim of this apprenticeship is, one, to expand the talent pool, and also to invest in the future talent and offer career progression, not just for new people joining the sector, but people who are already in the sector, but kind of formalizing their roles. And it just helps, you know, everybody provide the services they need to ensure that we are, one, developing accessible solutions, but and creating these accessible solutions and designing these accessible solutions. So that's the kind of rationale behind it. The value it delivers, so there's both value for the company and also the individual who would take the apprenticeship. So great thing about apprenticeships is it provides employees the skills to meet the needs and the skill gap that the employer has. It's great to raise staff morale and reduce turnover, and looking kind of at statistics, actually the 25 plus age ranges utilize apprenticeships the most in the UK specifically, and the digital sector actually quite underutilizes apprenticeships compared to other sectors. So there's a great opportunity for growth in this area and to create new standards that ensure that the future of digital that we are creating is accessible to people with disabilities. It also creates that great talent pipeline that I mentioned if there's a shortage of trained individuals in your area. And the important thing around apprenticeships is they're transferable. So as I mentioned before, here at Atos, myself and Neil Milliken may have chaired the development of the apprenticeship scheme, but we didn't develop it purely for Atos. This is an open standard, an open apprenticeship standard that any company can utilize. So they can also use what we've created with the support of other organizations in the sector, and I'll talk about those in a moment, to create the scheme that really is cross-organizational and provides those skills that are transferable for everyone. So just kind of a very brief thing around apprenticeship. So they combined online tutoring, classroom tutoring, and on-the-job experience. So it creates an employee that has the experience required to really deliver on those skills and knowledge that they learn in the classroom on an actual job environment. And it also helps not only position accessibility in the apprenticeship framework. So this has created many discussions around other apprenticeship standards to try and make them more inclusive. It's also allowed the UK government to kind of understand the need for accessibility and rationalize it in their area. So just talking about the kind of different organizations involved in creating the standard. So the first kind of area is the Trailblazer groups. That's a group of organizations that are really interested in using apprenticeships to drive the skills of the future. So you have the likes of Microsoft, RNIB, the IAAP, Hex Productions, Barclays, AbilityNet, Shell, and ourselves at Atos, with a kind of Trailblazer group that came together to develop this apprenticeship standard. And then you kind of have the two other organizations that will kind of deliver the apprenticeship standard when it's come to fruition. So the Institute for Apprenticeships, which is a UK government body, and then the Department for Education. And then we have the training providers and kind of certification organizations themselves. So AIM, QA, UCEN, and BCS would be the endpoint assessment organization. So that would be who would certify the certificate at the end of the scheme. Just to kind of discuss how we got to this point. So it's really exciting that the apprenticeship is now live. As of this end of this year, we will have had 10 to 15 people go through the apprenticeship through a number of organizations, some governmental, some private sector, and we'll see that the results of that when they've completed their scheme. It's an 18 to 24 month scheme. So, you know, in a year, 2 years time, we'll see kind of these apprenticeships come out, apprentices come out of the apprenticeship. And we'll see kind of the great results, hopefully, that'll create. So as I mentioned before, the first step to creating apprenticeship is forming that Trailblazer group of those organizations I mentioned before. And the importance of this, again, is transferability. The key here is we didn't want to create something just for Atos, whilst we are going to utilize it and it's great value for ourselves. We wanted to support and ensure that the whole sector was involved to empower the apprentice to have the transferability of skills and ensure that we increase that talent pipeline for all organizations. We developed an occupational proposal and an occupational standard. So what that means is we break down the duties that an apprentice is expected to complete at the end of the scheme and during the scheme. So if you take the likes for technical auditing against an accessibility standard, say WCAG, that would be a duty. And then what we'd need to do then is break that down into an occupational standard, which would be the knowledge, skills and behaviors that would support that individual completing that duty. So you could say the knowledge would be of WCAG, the WCAG standard itself. The skill would be around technical auditing, and the behavior could be team working if that's if the audit is completed in a team effort. And we did that for a number of duties. And again, talking about that transferability and the involvement of all those organizations, we had to ensure that the duties we selected were kind of cross-organizational. So accessibility is such a broad field. We did have to kind of cut some job duties out and keep kind of the core ones in. So in kind of the core duties, we have kind of technical guidance, end user support, designing, accessible development, and kind of accessibility fundamentals at their core. So they were all transferable. We then moved on to developing the endpoint assessment. So that's when we talk about the endpoint assessment, that's kind of the exam, the grading part at the end. So we needed to, one, ensure that that's inclusive. So we provided a multitude of ways an apprentice could achieve their final grade, and including their people with disabilities, to ensure that they have the great opportunity to take this apprenticeship as well. And then the final was kind of the publication and approvals through the government bodies, because here in the UK there's support for organisations to take on apprentices. We needed to go through those steps, and as I mentioned before, it's approved and ready to be used. What I'd say is the apprenticeship standard is fully available online. So if you do search the Digital Accessibility Specialist Apprenticeship, it should come up on the Institute for Apprenticeships website, and you can actually download that freely and utilize that locally to deliver training programs as well, and use the framework there. What I just kind of caveat is it's not training material, it's more the framework to train someone. But yeah, that's freely available, kind of open source, so use as you want if you're outside the UK. And that's the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thanks a lot, Mark and Susanna. I think very important points in your presentation. I love the fact, and you stressed it many times, that it's open source, and Atos is doing that not only for yourself, for your company, but also to help other companies get the talent with digital skills they need, and creating a talent pipeline. And I think happy to invite you again in 2 years' time. You said you're the first trainees going through the program right now, maybe in the Global Annual Conference in 2024. It would be, we might ask some of them how their experience was and where they ended up working. And yeah, good to know it's an open source framework. We understand the material might not be there, but I think it's great to approach these initiatives from this mindset, making it available to whoever might benefit from it, and not keeping it like just for us. So this collaborative and partnering approach is very much appreciated, and thanks for sharing that so clearly with us. Now moving on to the last speaker of this session, Haibin Zhu, from the China chapter of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. So this is a Chinese National Business and Disability Network. I mentioned in my presentation earlier that, well, I didn't mention that the German government funded the project, but we had a project which we call Digital in Demand, looking into the labor markets of 5 Asian countries, including China, to see what needs to be done and who needs to do what to make sure that companies can actually hire more people with disabilities who have the right digital skills in their national economies. So we found that in China, the context is quite promising, and with the network in China coordinated by Haibin, and Haibin of course is doing an amazing job coordinating this network, we thought that's a very promising approach that we can support in China, and Haibin will tell us more about what's happening there. So Haibin, over to you.
Thank you, Jürgen. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. It's my great honor to share my work on digital in-demand project that happens in China. And my introduction will be including 3 parts. One is a little bit about GBDN China. And then second part is about the logic, why we have it. And the third part is an update about the digital in-demand project. So the GBDN China chapter is founded in 2018. And so now we are 4 years old. So you can see it's a collaboration between business, supported by ILO GBDN, and also the local disabled persons organization, but leading by 21 companies. So you can see our members. Now we have 21 companies. And in this year, we welcoming Accenture China join us as the current last member. So a little bit about the update about us. So this year we are launching the 3rd year of the project funded by Standard Charter. It's called Path to Success project. So that project gave us an opportunity to develop the e-learning platform that can provide 50 online courses to students and job applicants of people with disabilities. And we also trained 100 job coaches in different cities. And especially under the secretary, we have 5 job coaches that helping to manage the around 5,000 learners with disability on the e-platform. So that's the logic, is that the 21 company members, they have some positions, and as a secretary and also as a project, they will match the needs and also the supplies. And also this is very kind of responding to the needs of our company members. And on the other hand, we also have an update that at the beginning, Chidi mentioned about the intersectionality of disability and other issues. So this year we will launch a LGBTI handbook for our members, both in English and Chinese. So it's a free to all. So companies and their employees can log on our website to be launched on the December, and they can learn the LGBTI guide for free. And another thing I'm very proud to share with you is that we work with Apple on the kind of supply chain inclusion journey. So we identify several of the companies who are willing to provide job positions, and also they want to improve their inclusion index. So what we do is, on the one hand, we introduce ILO self-assessment tool to the suppliers. On the other hand, we support them on the inclusion journey. So this is a little bit background about GBDN China. So now I share with you some of the practice briefly on that. When we work with our members, they have improved their disability journey, especially in the digital area. Now you can see there is a company member, which is also our West president members, Flex. So Flex too have a barrier-free program supported by ILO GBDN China. So they started with top management benchmarks and also awareness raising, and then internship program. And then they evaluate the procedure, how to improve their accessibility and also the inclusion status. Then they expanded the program. So now from the beginning, when they started the project, they have 13 people with disabilities. So after 6 years, 7 years, now they have 5+ people with disability all across campus. Now they extended this program to other sites of Flex China. So at least we know that 5 other sites are copy this kind of journey to other different factories. So you can see their internship program is similar to what just Atos mentioned about the apprenticeship program. So the purpose is similar, to prepare the things and also prepare people with disability. So in the middle, you can see the lady called Xiaoming, and she got the internship in 2018. So, and then she got very good performance and also provide very comprehensive accessibility report after she got the internship in these 3 months. Then now she got employed right after the internship. And now she worked in the factory for 3 years and become very good employee in the whole team, and welcomed by the other non-disabled colleagues and managers. So the second practice I want to share is that the Accenture China work with other NGOs and also supported by GBDN China as well on the data annotation skill training for people with disability. So in the last 3 years, sorry, they have trained more than 1,900 students and applicants with disability across China. So they provide the online or offline training sessions, and also they reach to other tech companies who develop the AI business and to bridge those kind of opportunity with those training with disability. So this is a very kind of special program. We copy a little bit for the DID program. I will introduce a little bit later. So this is one example. The last example I want to share how we have the idea of DID in China is that L'Oreal China work very well in Guangzhou City. They have a customer service center. They work with a training school called Lingnan Senior Vocational Institute. So they train a group of students with disabilities for 2 months. And after this 2 months, they get a soft skill, and then most importantly, they got a customer service certificate recognized by Alibaba Group. So which means that the students get the certificate. They can not only work in L'Oreal, but also in working other companies who have service center. So this is a program that's really successful. It's the result that we get 12 students with disability get a job in L'Oreal China, and now they retain on the job for 3 years, and they are top performancer in the L'Oreal China customer center. This is one program. Another program L'Oreal doing with JD.com. This is one of the biggest online customer company in China. So they introduced this idea to JD.com. So they employ 300 jobs to people with disability as an online customer service. So they selling L'Oreal product on the website. So we find that this is a good examples and give our inspirations to develop the DID project in China as well. So on the other hand, we also learn some global practice. One is 3 talents. We heard from Pat Romes that nearly 92% of their trainees get Cisco certification and also employed through after graduation. This is much higher than the rate we mentioned in Accenture, in L'Oreal, and also in Flex. So that's why we work with GBDN globally and supported by Susan Parker. We developed the China Digital in Demand project. A little bit background about why we have this program. So one is that we find that when we do a survey among companies in GBDN China, we find that there is a strong need that they have jobs provided on the digital positions. For example, software developing and engineering, on the other hand, software accessibility and the software testing, this is a lot of companies mention those kind of opportunities in the next 3 years, and also like content marketing and also digital marketing. The fourth one is AI related jobs. That's very kind of a lot of jobs provided them. But the gap is that they find that when they go to universities, special education schools, there are not many students with disability that capable to doing the job. So that's why after have this survey, we get the idea that the China chapter can link with both sides. There is a strong need, and also we see that there are a lot of challenges that we don't have this pro or capable talents. So we need to do some job preparation, vocational training in advance. This is one of the background. The last background is that, you know, the COVID policy in China is still very strictly promoted. So a lot of jobs now is online, including the many traditional industries now all going to looking for opportunity online. So there are a lot of needs from our survey in the beginning of this year. So we have this idea of digital in-demand project. So we mapping those kind of needs as a first step. Then we have a team working with our members and in Dalian City and Guangzhou City, and we interview the company as a core kind of founders of our companies. It's still in the process. We are happy to share that last month in Guangzhou City, we launched Digital in-Demand project in Standard Charter with their support, and we invite more than 20 companies interested in this program, including Accenture, Google, Microsoft, Adobe, Standard Charter, Lincoln, and also other traditional industry like Dow Chemical, and Eaton as well. So this is the first step. On the other hand, we find that in Dalian City, we have University of Technology, we have a Dalian Neurosoft Technology University, and some training institute. And we happy to share just last week, we get a very strong commitment from China Foundation for Disabled Persons. So this is part of the umbrella foundation and the China Disabled Person Federation. It's a semi-government organization, which means that our Digital in-Demand project, we have a very strong government support from the Chinese authority side. And what we are going to do, you can see that we will, the compact will offer at least 500 disabled students in the next 3 years. They will meet agreed standard of performance. They can access to guaranteed interviews, internship, mentorship, and also transition to work opportunity. We will have at least 325 students find jobs within the 6 months of their graduation. So we will invite at least 35 cooperative members in the next 3 years to be part of the member. So a little bit introduction about the business talent compact, because for many companies, they need to have some kind of responsibility and also get a lot of interest from that. So this is a resource coordinated collaboration of employers who will motivated by the self-interest that leverage their collective influence of the business member who create more efficient job market. So it will bring in significantly more disabled job seekers with in-demand skills into the talent pipelines. And also the members will nurture the relationship with disabled students as an employer of choices, and again, privilege access to the disabled talents. On the other hand, they will become much easier to hard to fill these vacancies from the untapped talent job market labor pool, and also enabling the learning and the skill sectors and job market more generally to better meet the needs of business and people with disability. So these slides give you more kind of overall how the process works. So we will have 6 steps now we are in the second step to set up and manage talent business compact. So the next step, we will leverage the influence, both the business and also very active GBDN members to persuade the mainstream training providers to serve people with disability. So we are talking about the channels much bigger than the traditional the channels only focus on people with disability. So this is a much larger pool of talents that's provided by mainstream training providers. Then we will have an audit. We will build a business more disability confidence and also the training providers. Then we will have this kind of pilot and the best practice into kind of suggestion to the local economy. First started by Dalian City and Guangzhou City. And because we leverage China Disabled Person Federation on board, so that we will copy those kind of pilots into other areas much easier to the other places. So this is a little kind of process we have done together, and we are happy to share more information and also answer the question from the attendants. Thank you so much, Jürgen. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Haibin. I mean, it's always, whenever I listen to you in whatever event, I'm always impressed what's happening in China. Also, thanks to the good work of the National Business and Disability Network, but that is really you and your leadership there. So thanks so much. And let me try to amplify the messages you said about the digital in demand project or approach, really, because we really try to change labor markets in countries where we apply this concept to make sure that companies develop a permanent, so to say, pipeline of digitally skilled persons with disabilities. And as you said, Haibin, it's not about having let's say, training just for persons with disabilities, because you will never get the numbers that we really need to change the labor market, give enough employment opportunities for persons with disabilities. So it's really about making the mainstream vocational training, in this case, training on digital skills, more inclusive and more accessible to persons with disabilities. I very much appreciated the numbers you gave us. I remember you said 325 students should get a job within 6 months after graduating. I hope that works out. I will be also happy to learn how that target is met. I'm sure you will meet the target. But thanks so much. I think the digital in demand approach is very promising, and I think we also need, as Global Business and Disability Network, look at where else could we employ this approach outside of Asia. As I mentioned, we had a mapping in 5 Asian countries, including China. And I also want to express my gratitude to Susan Scott Parker, who has helped with the mapping of digital in demand earlier this year, but also coaching and mentoring the different stakeholders on the ground, including you, Haibin, in this endeavor. I'm sure we will hear more about digital in demand from China and hopefully from other countries also next year and in the years to come. For now, I'm just seeing that there are no questions received. I think all your presentations were completely clear. Everything was addressed, which is quite amazing. Let me still then ask a question maybe to all panelists in this session, since all of you really stressed the importance, I think everybody stressed the importance of partnering and working with other organizations, other companies, sometimes the government, sometimes organizations of persons with disabilities. Whoever feels they are comfortable responding to this question from the 5 speakers we had in this session. I'm just wondering, maybe as some kind of takeaway message to other companies or other organizations wanting to do something similar, what would be your key recommendation? What worked well with partnering with others, and maybe what were the challenges, and maybe the focus on challenges and how you overcame those challenges in a partnering approach? I'm not sure if I posed the question clearly enough for people to feel comfortable addressing it, but really what worked and what didn't quite work when partnering with others, And how did you overcome these challenges of partnering with others? Some of you might have addressed that already in your presentation, but maybe that could be quite helpful for those listening right now. How do we do something similar in our country, in our company? And what kind of lessons learned do you have for them? So whoever feels like Mark, thanks for saving the day.
So to kind of jump in, so I think a really important thing when you're working with partners is identifying that common goal quite early on. So if we take the context for the apprenticeship, when we were looking at those duties that, you know, all of those different companies, the different partners wanted to, you know, the apprentice to deliver, it's, you know, allowing them to go away, form their own opinions, and then come back as a group to then kind of have that discussion, and you'll quickly find that there are commonalities, and then you really need to focus in on those kind of common goals, the common business goals or the common outcome that you know that they want to achieve, and then kind of logically going through that and developing something that you know, supports and achieves, you know, what they wanted to, you know, to get from that scheme. I think the challenge is, obviously there's going to be resistance when, you know, one company wants to go one way and one company wants to go the other way. But I think, again, is if you get a large enough group. So I think we were quite fortunate to have around 10 different companies assisting in the apprenticeships development. There's, you know, there's a number of scales. So if one organization wants to go one way and 9 want to go the other way, I think, you know, you have that kind of democratic kind of voting, you know, way of achieving a goal that everyone can, you know, be happy of and you know, and utilize. Hopefully that answered the question.
No, thanks a lot, Mark. I think it's good to be clear about what you actually want to achieve, then focus on what are the commonalities in this goal, and then maybe finding democratic ways to bring those who want to go a different way either into the boat or say, look, okay, that's a bit too off, far away from what we want to achieve. Maybe you partner with others. But I think that was helpful. Ivan, I see you switched on your camera.
Sure. Yeah, I really want to respond a little bit like what we face in China. We have a big challenge that there is a gap between what the company offered as a job positions in the digital market and also where to find the capable talents. This is a huge gap. And also considering developing countries such as China, we don't have very strong mainstream education, inclusive education. The people with disability are always lag behind and don't have the confidence to really try those kind of jobs like Accenture, Microsoft, Google. People don't have the confidence. This is one challenge we face a lot from that. So one thing we find that easy to start is, for example, mentorship, online mentorship, internship program, so that the students can really reach to the company's staff and also have face-to-face discussion online with them, and also to know what's the company really provided the benefits and what the skill needed. After this mentorship and the internship, we find that students more confident to realize that the gap we can meet in maybe in the next 1 year, but I need to study which direction is my focus and to build the confidence. That's one thing I find really, really effective in China. The second one I would say is considering the context in China, we find that the company really welcoming the China the local disabled person federation to be on board. So they would like to have a kind of umbrella organization can have some kind of official recognition from the local authority, and the disabled person federation can be this kind of the bridge. That's when we work to promote GBDN China chapter. We find a lot of companies maybe they know a little bit about ILO, or they know a little bit about our kind of this idea. But when we really put China Disabled Person Federation on board, I find that there were more a kind of commitment from companies. So that's why we closely link on the idea into digital in demand. Jürgen, this is from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Haibin, and thanks also for addressing some wider challenges that we need to take into account and address when we talk about the employment of persons with disabilities in China, and I'm sure also in other countries. And you mentioned that, you know, companies sometimes struggle to find people with disabilities, job candidates with disabilities with the right skill set, and that's the whole thing, whole idea behind digital in demand. You know, to make sure that people with disabilities acquire the right skill sets, and also addressing this. Yeah, this is, you said confidence, right? To confidence of job seekers with disabilities to actually, you know, apply for a job, feeling that they can make it, have face-to-face discussions with company representatives. So that's a very interesting, important point that you mentioned with the mentoring programs and the internships. And we know that we see over and over again that internships are such an effective way to bring people with disabilities, but I think also people without disabilities into long-term employment potentially. Laurent, I see you have raised your hand. I think you should be able to just switch on your camera. Let me see.
Yes, Jürgen, can you see me? Just you hear me, Jürgen?
Yes, we hear you, can't see you. Not sure. I mean, you don't feel obliged to put on the camera, but if you can, please do. Yeah, okay, great.
Yes, Christine would like to apologize because she has to go to a board meeting, but I would like just to have a short remark, because as a subject of digital accessibility is very complex. To make this type of project move forward, it is necessary to go beyond commercial constraints, as we have TotalEnergies and ENGIE are competitors, but we wish to work on this subject together with Microsoft, with L'Oréal, and with OnePoint, because we have to work together, as the subject is huge, very complex. It's a main point. It's a question of people whose commitment is the key to success.
Yeah, I think if we have the right people committed to any cause, including the inclusion of persons with disabilities and promoting employment with disabilities, then we actually achieve the results we want to achieve. And thanks for highlighting that, Laurent. I'm just I wonder, and maybe I missed it in your presentations, since Chidi, my boss, who is also heading the gender, equality, diversity and inclusion branch in the ILO, stressed in her remarks the issue of intersecting identities. And when we talk about intersecting identities, we mostly, not exclusively, but we mostly think about gender equality, different genders. In what you have presented from your different companies, and in the case of China, the National Business and Disability Network, do you have specific targets or at least data on how your work affects men and women with disabilities differently? Or do you see, when we, I mean, usually also the stereotype is that, you know, digital economy, digital skills, it's mostly for men. Is that what you see, or do you have any data on what's happening in your respective countries and companies? Maybe not, and that's maybe something to think about too. But if you have, please share.
Yeah,
I've been.
Jürgen, can I jump in?
Yes, please.
Yeah, when we conduct some of the soft skill trainings and digital trainings, we find that mostly and more than half of them are women with disability in them. So they are more kind of the show up rate higher and the test result is much higher. But when you see the result of employment, we find that it's always men with disability has higher result of employment. So when we dig into the reason why this happens, we find that there are a lot of kind of double discrimination, or we call it onto the women with disability, and also this is from the employer side, and from the needs side or the support side of women with disability, we find that they always also as a carer in the family. They have more family responsibility at home, so they have less time really to go to the interviews and also to on-job trainings. So this kind of opportunities. So that's why this year when we developed the Path to Success and with Standard Charter, we give an internship and also the subsidies to training with disability, which means that they can get some fundings to take care of their family responsibilities, so that they are more confident and more time to put into this kind of job interview and those kind of trainings. Yeah, Jürgen, this is from my side.
Thanks a lot, Hyvin. That's great. Well, the issue is not so great, of course. As you said, it's a double discrimination, having a disability and being a woman. And I think that's, and I asked a question because it has to be a constant reminder in our work. How do we really reach also the most marginalized people within the group of people with disabilities? And we know also as ILO, I would say, we know that, of course, care responsibilities are oftentimes the key barrier for women to enter and stay in the labor market, including for women with disabilities. So thanks for sharing that Hyvin. So it's just another reminder that we trying to promote employment of persons with disabilities have to have a very strong gender equality lens to it. And those who promote gender equality, of course, also have to have a disability lens in promoting their work. So thanks so much for this to all the panelists who spoke in this session on the digital economy. As I said, the digital economy will not go away, it will only grow, and I'm sure we will keep talking and discussing it in the context of the Global Business and Disability Network. And to those company representatives being with us today, have a look at the digital in demand approach. Happy if you send us an email and see where your company could get engaged at local level. Now let's move to the next session, which we entitled The Power of Procurement to Promote Disability Inclusion. Before I hand over to my colleagues at L'Oréal, just a reminder that we had tried as Global Business and Disability Network, we tried to put this on the agenda of previous meetings some years ago, I think some five years ago or so. And there were very few companies, at least in the Global Business and Disability Network, that we felt could speak about that topic. I'm very happy that this year in 2022, we have more companies talking about it. And I think it's such a important and promising area to promote disability inclusion. That's why I'm really just happy and excited that this year in our global annual conference we have a dedicated session on procurement. So let me hand over to Clémence Poisson. I should really improve my French. She's Sustainable Sourcing and Social Programs Lead at L'Oréal, and Guillaume Lacasse, who is Inclusive Sourcing Global Manager at L'Oréal. So the two colleagues at L'Oréal will give us a joint presentation on the work of L'Oréal in disability inclusive.
Yes. For the introduction, I'm not able to put my camera on. I think you have
let me try to address this now. So
yes, thank you.
Great. So over to you.
We have a presentation with few slides. I will share it. Just confirm that you can see it. I'm sorry.
It seems to be coming up, but for now it's just
okay. If
not showing the slides yet.
Okay. If it's not working, are you able to share the slides?
Yes.
Okay.
We should. My colleague Aria would be able to share the slides instead.
Okay, maybe that would be better because it's plugged. As we don't have the Zoom module. Okay, so I will let your colleague share the slides. Let me know when it's okay.
They're up now. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So yes, I'm Clémence Poisson. I'm working at L'Oréal in sourcing functions for many years, but recently I joined the sustainable sourcing team as a social initiative director. And with me today, I have Guillaume.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So I'm Guillaume Lacaze. I'm in the team of Clémence, managing our inclusive sourcing program, the Solidarity Sourcing.
Okay, so I will move to the next slide. Thank you. Yes, as Jürgen says, so at L'Oréal, social inclusion and social commitment are at the heart of our strategy. Our new CSR program that has been released in 2020 is called L'Oréal for the Future. And on the different L'Oréal for the Future, we tackle all the impacts we can have on the ecosystem and society. And we will now focus on our social commitment, which is about improving the living conditions of L'Oréal business ecosystem and communities who rely on us. So if you can move to the next one, thank you. Yes, in terms of commitments, you can find three main social commitments. Among them, you have what we call Solidarity Sourcing at L'Oréal. It's an inclusive sourcing program, which aims to give access to employment to the disadvantaged communities through our purchases. And we have also additional commitments regarding sustainable sourcing on the living wage, and to be sure that our strategic supplier will pay a living wage covering basic needs and of their employee. So now to focus on what we call Solidarity Sourcing, our inclusive sourcing program. In 2021, we achieved at worldwide level 89,000 beneficiaries of this program. And we are committed to increase this number by 2030. So I will share in the next slide in more detail what is Solidarity Sourcing about. It started in 2010, and it directs a proportion of our purchase to suppliers who employ people from vulnerable communities in order to give them access to a decent and durable work and income. And in this program, you will see in the next slide that we are supporting a very broad typology of communities. So if you can move to the next one. We support a lot of communities, and we are really working on all the diversity and inclusion pillars of L'Oréal. Today, we will focus on how this program is supporting people with disability. We work with classic suppliers, so suppliers working with us for many years, or new supplier, but not specific suppliers, and try to make them develop specific programs for people with disability. But also we work with companies that are really dedicated to the inclusion of people with disability. So both levels are included in the following figures we will share with you after. So that's for the program. So
yeah, so I'm happy to share what we've done in 2021 with through our inclusive sourcing program. We supported more than 89,000 beneficiaries. So most of them are farmers. We are empowering with fair sourcing, fair trade. It's linked to our business, and 2,500 beneficiaries of the Solidarity Sourcing program are people with disabilities. And as Clémence explained, we have two ways to give them access to work. First one is to subcontract some activities to disabled inclusion company, sheltered workshops, disabled centers. And the other one, so this one represents 1,700 beneficiaries worldwide. And the second one is to engage our classic suppliers of any activity to hire and to give access to work to people with disabilities in their own workforce. Next slide, please. So sourcing is a way to to amplify our inclusion policy towards people with disabilities. When we have at L'Oréal in 2021, 1,500 people with disabilities in our own workforce, we have 2,500 full-time equivalent working at our suppliers. So definitely with sourcing, we are boosting, amplifying the impact of the inclusion policy of L'Oréal. Next slide, please. So it concerns it concerns all sourcing domains, retail and promotion, services and industrial activities on packaging and contract manufacturing. And we have projects in we have with 150 suppliers in 28 countries. So it's a worldwide commitment that we have and worldwide impact. So Europe zone is our champion, but as well China is really committed and engaged. Next slide, please. So for instance, in China, we have one of our suppliers, so the Pack Fortune, with who partnered with a local NGO, local disabled centers, to hire people with disabilities, and they are working in the production line of the paper bags. And next slide, please. In France, we are working with 68 disabled work centers, and for instance, we are working with one of them named Diad on packing, on co-packing. It's a major supplier for us, but also we have packaging suppliers who are subcontracting activities to disabled centers. So it is we are working with direct suppliers, but also our suppliers are the subcontracting activities to disabled centers.
So we really wanted to share with you some examples and to share how we are working on the inclusive sourcing program. If you have any question, we are happy to answer with you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Clémence and Guillaume. And I must say, I mean, L'Oréal was the one company that presented already some years ago in our global annual conference and back then. And I think it's great to see this program continuing, not only continuing and but developing and getting better and better. And thanks so much. Also, especially appreciate, of course, always figures and seeing what the actual impact is. Thanks so much, and I hope we'll get some more questions later in the session. So now moving to New Zealand, where it's already quite late, but still Matt Hawkins is with us. He's a transformation lead group procurement. I hope I got that right, at ANZ. So Matt, let us know what you have for us. Thank you. Matt, I'll just ask you to switch on your mic at least, ideally also the camera.
Sorry, just navigating. There we go.
There you are. Great.
And
thank
can
you.
See my slides?
All good. Yes.
Brilliant. All right. Thank you for that. Thanks for the introduction. So good morning. My name is Matt Hawkins. Just a brief self-description. I have dark hair, middle-aged, Caucasian male, wearing glasses. And I actually stand almost 2 meters tall, which is something that's not immediately obvious through the video conference, but hopefully one day we may meet face to face, and I'm told that's one of my more obvious features. Today, I'm actually presenting to you from Australia, and specifically from the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. And so wish to pay my respects to the traditional owners of those lands, and also pay my respects to the elders past and present. In my current role at ANZ, I'm leading a work stream developing strategic change within procurement. Prior to this, my team and I worked on to procure a large variety of goods and services within the ANZ Bank. Everything from property to travel, cash and transit services, rewards points engines. We did some debt sale and mortgage processing solutions. I have, however, a technology background, and so for about 15 years before that, I actually worked and ran a number of regional technology services for Shell. A strong procurement function requires good working relationship with its suppliers. One of the most effective ways to form a valuable relationship and a partnership is to connect on a shared purpose. And it was during such conversations that my journey with accessibility started. ANZ has a history of being passionate about diversity and inclusion, including accessibility. Our purpose for a long time now has been to shape a world where people and communities thrive. During these discussions, a consistent challenge was raised by suppliers. They were saying to me, we're also passionate about inclusion, about accessibility, but we're really not clear on what ANZ wants. Working in procurement, my thinking turned to the buying process and how we could be clearer on our signals about our expectations. We have talented people at ANZ who understand accessibility very well. It's a great start. However, in my experience, procurement processes work best when the suppliers are asked to respond to a focused set of questions that are easy to understand and that can clearly show what a supplier can deliver in a manner that is easy to evaluate. What I knew was that when it came to judging accessibility during a tender, we didn't have that within the ANZ Bank. Fortunately for me, I was to meet Australian Network on Disability CEO, Suzanne Colbert. And together we realized this was a problem worth solving, and the best approach was not actually to go it alone. Suzanne was aware of others who were keen to also solve that problem. So in Australia, we reached out to government, to suppliers, to organisations, and also to people with lived experience to set up a procurement task force. After all, a problem that is shared is a problem halved.
Matt, I'm not sure if we are supposed to see additional slides. We only see the opening slide.
Sorry, I'll see if I can click through. All right, sorry.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, sorry. Like with our own buying behaviour, the clearer, more consistent and insistent our organisations are on what we buy, the more influence we have on how the goods are procured and services provided. If it's hard to see the pattern on how we buy, if sometimes we ask about accessibility and sometimes we don't, then we really miss an opportunity to influence a more inclusive workforce. From a business case point of view, accessibility makes sense economically, but more importantly, and I'm sure this is no news to everybody on the call today, from a people perspective, providing inclusive goods and services is simply the right thing to do. Can you imagine going up to a chief procurement officer or a chief technology officer and saying, we have an easy way to procure technology that is not discriminatory and we can easily implement that, for them to actually say no? So why aren't more organisations checking the accessibility of what they buy, and why aren't they greater influencers? If you just take the people on this call, I'm sure our organisations together would be spending tens if not hundreds of billions of dollars every year on goods and services. Based on my own experience, I believe the answer is working out how to procure accessibility, because this can actually be perceived to be quite hard. Helping solve this was actually the primary goal of the task force. Technology, property, marketing, and HR labour often make up a large proportion of government and organisational spend. So this became the scope of the task force, with our initial focus being on technology and property. There were 4 important learnings from our initial discussions and investigations within the task force. Standards and legislation are critical bedrock for us to anchor on. If it were not for the great work that has been done to create these, then purchasing accessible goods and services would be materially harder. They alone, however, do not yet provide a complete solution. Respective standards and legislation were considered to be a base level. The task force agreed that our aim was actually higher. We were aiming for a dignified user experience. And I like to talk about an example that actually happened within our own building, which was considered to be world-class and leading in regards to designing our toilet doors. So we met all the standards. Our accessible toilet door was the right width. It was actually physically impossible for someone in a wheelchair to actually open that door, because the standard at that time didn't actually take into account the user experience. It just specified the actual width. The second thing that we learned was actually driving change in diversity and inclusiveness. It's important to recognize people on a journey. And I think there was something that was mentioned really early on in this conversation, that we want to recognize people who are on a journey as well as those people who have actually arrived there. So we need to move from a black and white, comply, don't comply approach to how our tender responses occur, to actually using our purchasing power to support suppliers with their internal business case to actually become more accessible, so we can support them on the journey. The third thing that we learned was, if we were to have a chance of being scalable, then the process itself needs to be repeatable and directive, rather than bespoke pick of a large number of questions. And responses, they also need to be easy to understand and easy to evaluate. So they don't require a procurement or an accessibility SME to actually decipher. Lastly, the key thing that the task force worked through was consistency is important. I talked about how it's within our gift to drive a more inclusive world. To do this, a consistency in approach across organisations and government is a key. We wanted suppliers to be able to study the questions and know that for any tender, they could knock accessibility out of the park. We were fortunate that we were connected to Susan Scott Parker, who's been mentioned before on this call, from Business Disability International, who actually let us know that BDI already had thought about these problems in regards to buying technology and had actually developed a brilliant tool. One of the keys to the BDI tool is the questions. And in front of you on the screen here, we talk about just an example of one of those questions. Question number 5 from the software evaluation template as part of the tool. That question says that in regards to the use of sensory modalities, where the software conveys information by sound, touch, text, or visual notification, does it have an equal notification that uses another modality? For example, if there is a beep, is there also a text notification? we found the simplicity in the questions that are asked has really helped us in regards to getting our suppliers to understand what we're looking for, and our own internal evaluators being able to identify how a supplier responds to that question. There's a really great example that, again, that we've got within our organization, where we rolled out a whole lot of multifunction devices within our organization, and it was decided that the beep that those function devices made was annoying to some staff who were around the printer. So we turned it off. We actually asked for it to be turned off. We didn't take into account this particular question, and obviously turning off that additional modality then made those devices inoperable for people who had sight impairments. Trying to resolve that problem actually took a lot of work and a lot of effort, and we were able to, had to go around a large number of devices and manually turn each of them back on. So if we had asked a simple question right up front, we would have been able to solve that problem for ourselves in advance. One of the aspects I really like about this tool from BDI is that it gives us the ability to capture the cost of the accessibility gap during a tender. In that printer example, one supplier's response might have been that the required functionality could be provided through customization at a certain cost. Another one said it might have been easy just to flick a switch and we could turn on and off multiple modalities. Through the tool, the cost of that accessibility requirements can actually be captured, and in fact even included within the tender commercials. Further important aspects that we took is the number of questions that are included. I mentioned before the importance of message clarity and improving internal adoption by not making the process hard. Those who've been through a tender process will know that there is normally a diminishing return to the number of questions that can be asked. The most questions the tool asks is 14. The questions do not cover all possible scenarios. Rather, they've been picked to be indicative enough to provide enough insight to know whether you're purchasing accessible goods or services. If you want to look more deeply in the tool, an example is actually included in the appendix at the back of this pack, which I know is going to be put out on the website. And there's also in the back a link to the tool that gives you all the functionality, because this tool is made free to everybody. Since we've implemented the BDI tool, there have been a number of key learnings across the task force. One of them was that we now needed to create a set of questions for hosted services, what people call portals or the cloud. These services also are no longer just considered to be about technology. They often provide rich business services. And so what we've needed to do is actually include questions in business contracts or business tenders, not just technology tenders. Secondly, contractualizing the outcome is critical. Without this step, the effort involved is questioned, and suppliers have been known to divert from best intentions in a tender. There is a view that contractualization is complex and creates a lot of work to finalize negotiations, particularly if you do it on a question-by-question basis. Otherwise, if you do a generic coverall clause, that can be really hard to govern, and we found issues with that as well. Our learning is actually the best approach is to have a simple clause within the main body of the contract that actually refers to all of the details that the supplier has responded on the tender, which is included within a contract schedule at the back. So a simple cut and paste of the tender's responses. Thankfully, the layout of the tool makes this really easy to initiate and to execute. The other learning was ANZ has set a minimum weighting for diversity questions for a long time now. However, what we've found is that doesn't guarantee the desired outcome is achieved. It is very difficult to weight the scoring of accessibility high enough that it'll actually totally materially impact the outcome of the tender. Rather, what we've found is the best approach is something that we have actually used for security-related questions to set minimum scores for accessible questions. What level are we not prepared to go beyond? And if a supplier's response is under that, then basically they have no chance of winning the tender. The last and final learning that we had was actually government and organisations spend a material amount of money on contracts that are renewed. So we had an approach that dealt with tenders, but we really needed to look at renewals or sometimes sole source contracts where we're only negotiating with one party. The challenge with adding accessibility evaluations to a renewal process is just simply the volume. Assessing accessibility before the buying process starts really materially helps with that volume of getting through the procurement process. Ideally, the process moves from being about the purchasing to being more about managing the environment. So, for example, setting up a central database of what products have already been evaluated and the outcome will remove a lot of rework. Your organisation, like ours, likely already has an architecture database. So the solution can be quite simple, but it requires proactive work outside of the buying process. The good news is that when it comes to assessing renewals, the same principles still apply. We need a small set of questions. They need to be easy to understand, and responses need to be easy to evaluate. So the tool itself still continues to work. So in summary, if your procurement department does not have questions to assess accessibility, then really it should have. If your organisation doesn't have the bandwidth to develop accessibility questions and selection methodology, or if the current process has its challenges, then consider this approach. It's free. And then lastly, just starting change will impact the way that we live in an inclusive world. So please give it a go. If you've got any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. My contact details are in the back of the pack, and I'd be more than willing to talk to any of you at any time about the processes we've been through in the task force, the tool, or some of our learnings within ANZ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt, and thank you also for your openness to share your insights with those on the call and those who will watch the recording, and anybody who will approach also the Global Business and Disability Network about procurement questions. I think your presentation was very insightful, and it shows how much thought and energy ANZ has already put into the issue. And as you said, if you don't ask accessibility questions, you should start doing it. And I think it's, I think if I understood one of your last points correctly, I think we also must not be afraid of maybe committing some mistakes when we start the journey, any journey really. And better to start the journey, get it wrong initially, but eventually come up with a good, inclusive, accessible procurement process and policy than just waiting and not doing anything. So thanks so much for the presentation, your openness to share, and your good remarks. And I'm sure there will be some, I already see some question coming in here anyway. So let's move to the next speaker in this session. Just double checking, Hector Minto. He's a lead accessibility and I always have problems. Director, I call you Director Hector, sorry. Lead Accessibility Director at Microsoft. And he will tell us a little bit more about how Microsoft is working with its suppliers. Hector, over to you, and I'll stop the share. So that's it.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen. Are you seeing it, Jürgen?
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. So firstly, thank you so much for giving me some time to speak to you this morning. My name is Hector Minto. I'm a lead accessibility evangelist at Microsoft. I'm a white middle-aged male with a graying beard, dark black glasses, wearing a black t-shirt today. So a lot of what we're doing at Microsoft is essentially trying to build confidence to both sell accessible technology and buy accessible technology. I do a lot of work with our customers around the globe, getting their knowledge of how people with disabilities use technology, but I'm also doing a lot of work with our partner networks around the world, the people who sell Microsoft technologies every day, to make sure that they are increasingly confident and aware of increasing buyer expectations around accessibility, as we've just heard beautifully from Matt there from ANZ. When we engage with organizations, we try to help them understand that there are probably 3 horizons of program to think about. Many organizations that we speak to don't understand how people with disabilities use technology. And so there's an adoption and learning phase that we try to take organizations through. We think there's a huge advantage to people knowing how people with disabilities use technology, because it becomes easier to think about the expectations on you if you have an understanding. If it's a theoretical need in the background and a technical need, it doesn't make it real enough for people. Once we have people understanding how people with disabilities use technology, we also look at how you then build accessible experiences. We think everybody should learn how to build an accessible experience, from people who post social media, to people who send emails, to people who build business apps, internal SharePoints, websites, and eventually products and software, until we get to the point where a greater number of stakeholders understand what accessibility is. We think, again, we're having kind of, pocket conversations around the conversation. What we're really trying to do is scale accessibility across an organization. This has really been our learning at Microsoft, in that we used to sit there and have a small group of specialists really doing accessibility. We now think we're getting to a point where we really think every employee at Microsoft understands what accessibility is, and is able to then implement it in their daily existence, whether they're building an event, buying something, selling something. And then hopefully we get people to thinking about innovating. So many of the barriers to inclusion for people with disabilities are not there through any specific reason, or they're just there through legacy of how things have always been done. If you actually were to design processes from the start through the lens of people with disabilities and through an inclusion lens, then we get the chance to just build better solutions for everybody. And so we do a lot of work teaching people inclusive design, and we give specific time to hacking. Ripping up the rule book essentially and thinking about doing things differently. A great example of that, I would say, in terms of our internal processes at Microsoft, was our reasonable accommodation process, or our workplace accommodation process. That's now centrally funded and global, whereas it used to be local budgets and team paid for. Just making it centralized changed the whole attitude towards asking for an accommodation at work at Microsoft. And so sometimes it's also just about tearing up the rulebook and thinking about how things have always been done. So from our procurement piece, what we're doing is we are really getting very clear on defining expectations, both on the supplier, the seller, and the buyer. If we can get both of these parts of the chain to understand what accessibility is and what their expectations are, both as somebody selling technology and somebody buying technology, then we think we're in a better place. But of course, then we also need to invest in the tools and the training and the resources to help people learn about those expectations. And so hopefully over the next few minutes, I'll take you through some of these resources. The first one is we've published our supplier accessibility expectations online. So I can send you a link to this website. We can pop it in the chat and I'll send you the deck afterwards. But essentially you'll see here in terms of our website here, from content and media, design, development, events, marketing, we have a whole host of different trainings available to people so that we help people understand that if you are selling into Microsoft, we expect you to have this knowledge. And then a lot of the knowledge here is also the why, that first pillar that I described earlier, making sure that people understand that Microsoft employs people with disabilities. We expect the technology that you sell into us to be accessible. We expect the experiences that you sell into us to be accessible. And so this spans all sorts of different disciplines, but we really invest in making sure that we help suppliers to understand why and how. As we think about all of the different people involved in these processes, there are huge numbers of people involved in buying and selling. We've got to get everybody up to what we would call inside Microsoft level 101, that table stakes level of knowledge. This is also built on an internal training that we give to all employees at Microsoft. Now, I just wanted to share our journey to this. We've always had accessibility training at Microsoft, or disability and accessibility training. But obviously, we've been on a journey in terms of our confidence on this, and in terms of scaling it out across the organization. This used to be a voluntary training. We used to get an awful lot of people take our voluntary training. You also used to see that we would weave accessibility into other mainstream trainings regularly. But we're now at a point where we've got Microsoft to mandate accessibility and disability training across all employees. So approximately 200,000 employees at Microsoft all have disability and accessibility training mandated. You have to take it. You will get fired if you don't take your mandated training. Yeah, it will come up in your review. And what you'll see in here is that as part of that internal training, we have our working with suppliers training. So essentially, if we buy things that are inaccessible, we then have a route back to our employees to ask them, why did they not buy the accessible product? Why did they not include it? Because it was in their mandated learning. So obviously there's a nice piece here, a forcing function for us as employees at Microsoft. There is extra training in terms of the how for our employees. And so people would then take further courses depending on what part of the organization they're in. So we've developed specific procurement professional training for our colleagues. In terms of what we're asking them to look for, we're looking for accessibility requirements across our statements of work, software and cloud services, our work orders, our purchase orders, and other binding documentation. So, it's relatively kind of fulsome in terms of the expectation. But we're always trying to keep it real. So what we're also doing is regularly putting a drumbeat of accessibility stories, the reason why we want disability talent inside our organization. And so we regularly storytell on our employee stories, their journeys in building technology, but sometimes also the good and the bad of their experiences of using tools within Microsoft. This is super important that we keep the human impact element of this front of mind while we're doing it. As much as we lean into the training and some of the technical standards that I'll show you in a moment, we make sure that the human element stays there front and center. Now, turning to our sellers, if you think about the Microsoft supply chain, we build our products, but then across the globe, we have partners small and large. So, we've seen some amazing large partners already speaking today. But of course, we have some technology organizations that are 10, 15 employees. And we want to essentially support our seller ecosystem to also get confident to suggest accessibility to customers. We can't wait for major corporates around the world to suddenly start asking for accessibility. It's got to be also that we're out there asking every customer to buy accessible products and to understand the impact of accessible products. So we're putting a lot of work into what we'd call our partner network at Microsoft. We've now got to the point where we are asking partners to self-attest on both disability and disability organization profiles. So if we think about disability-owned businesses, our partners can attest to being a disability-owned business to support other companies with their supplier diversity frameworks. But what we're also asking them to do is to self-attest where they have reached certain qualifications of disability confidence and disability organization. So where I am here in the UK, we have the government's disability confidence scheme. 23,000 employers in the UK signed up to disability. And we want to give a benefit to our sellers out there to attest to how well they're doing on that and other disability organizations. So that when we buy from organizations, we're starting to see that they're investing in disability. The disability confidence status in the UK has 3 levels. So essentially we will allow our partners to self-attest to levels 2 and 3 within the UK government scheme, so that they can then put themselves forward as being that disability confident employer in the UK, which helps people buy from disability confident employers. So I'm hoping what you're seeing here is that we think there's an ecosystem to think about here, not just buyer expectations, but giving some benefit to those organizations who invest in putting disability on their agenda. What's so nice here is that as we engage with our partner networks, I'm genuinely meeting technology companies who say, we don't know about accessibility. We've never done it. The customer never asks for it. And now they're putting out, they're getting out on the front foot and making those suggestions and having, I would say, net new conversations around accessibility with organizations of all sizes. Another thing we're trying to help with is testing for accessibility. So when we think about this as a discipline, it tends to be that people think they have to buy for accessibility testing, or at least we think internally at Microsoft, we shouldn't have to employ specialists all the time. If people are just doing routine tests for accessibility, we want everyone to be able to do that. Buyers, sellers, procurement officers could absolutely test for accessibility themselves before they buy something through an open source tool that we've created called Accessibility Insights. Now, we initially created it for ourselves, essentially so that we can give it to all employees across Microsoft so they can run their own accessibility tests on the products they're building as a technology company, but also to understand the software that they're installing on their devices, the websites they're using, the websites that they're being offered. They can do their own checks on accessibility. Now, there are lots of automated testing tools out there for accessibility, but we think there's something valuable in Microsoft putting something out there for our own networks so they understand that it's a trusted, tested tool and one that we use ourselves as Microsoft. Finally, we publish all of our conformance reports on our products. So there are specific technical standards, EN 301549 in the US, WCAG and others around the globe. We test all of our products for accessibility and we publish those statements so that we create transparency for buyer and seller in terms of flagged issues for accessibility in products that are built. So obviously when we think about products, accessibility is a wide-ranging topic. Products are live nowadays, they're constantly evolving. And so what we're trying to do is create this transparency. So when people are buying products, they get to see kind of where we are on the accessibility of our product at this time. These are available up through our Enterprise Disability Answer Desk, aka.ms/EDAD. So hopefully that's given you an overview of the expectations we're putting in, the training and the resources that we're building. Many of the resources that we're building are out there and available for you to grab. We publish a number of them on YouTube and on our own website. But obviously for you as organizations, if there are any of these that you would like to host locally, if you need any of our content, then we're very, very happy to share. Hopefully back to you, Jürgen.
Amazing, amazing. No, thanks a lot, Hector. Very insightful, really, really fascinating. Interesting. We have a mandated training on disability inclusion, but I think if ILO colleagues don't take the training, they will not fired yet. But I'll push for it, saying Microsoft is doing that on accessibility. But no, very much appreciated. And I think it's always, again, very good to see that that you, as Microsoft, also making these tools available as open source so everybody can use it and benefit from it. I think I'm not sure we will have time for Q&A at the end, but just because I saw questions about how do you assess whether a company or a supplier company is actually doing its job on disability inclusion. And you mentioned the example of the UK disability confident employer scheme, just an example how that can be done. I mean, that is in the UK context where you look at the companies that achieve level 2 and 3, I think, right? So just, I mean, I'm saying this because I see there are some questions about how do you actually assess whether a company is doing a good job. So I think I wanted to highlight that. But I think that very, very, really interesting perspective you brought into your presentation from different angles. And I like the fact that you said, look, we shouldn't have to be specialists, to promote accessibility, and making it easier for everybody, employees, suppliers, everybody, to promote accessibility. That's really an important message that you made. So thanks so much, Hector. With this, we move to the last speaker of this session, and she is Rakhi Agarwal, the Global Head of Supplier Diversity at Sanofi. Sanofi having joined us, the Global Business and Disability Network, also only last year. So Rakhi, over to you.
Hello. Hey, can everyone hear me okay? I'm not able to share my video. Okay, looks like I should be able to get my video on.
There's an echo. I'm not sure how disruptive that is for the interpreters. Is there anything you can do to get rid of the echo? At least I get
can put on a headset if that helps.
Yeah, let's try that. Yes.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Sure, no problem. Good. Well, Raki's figuring out the headset situation. As I said, there were some questions we received here on, I mean, that was in the case of L'Oréal, what constitute the certified disabled companies, because that was a term used by the L'Oréal colleagues. And Guillaume already put in writing, I think that's everybody to see there, these companies officially recognized as social businesses and dedicated to the inclusion of people with disabilities. But back to Raki, hope the echo is gone. And you are still with us.
How
yes,
about now?
Perfect. That's much better.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
All right, sure. Sorry about that. But hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. Very happy and excited to be at this conference. Very insightful. I've been on it since morning. So very excited to learn all the best practices, and definitely I'll be taking quite a bit of information internally as well. But happy to share, our part, how procurement can actually, or what procurement is able to drive from a strategy perspective to promote, disability and inclusion and disability. So with that, I would like to start with a little bit of introduction of who I am. My name is Raki Agarwal. I've been with Sanofi for about 8 months now. I started in April of this year. I was brought on to create a best-in-class supplier diversity program globally for Sanofi, which I'm very happy to say that we are on a really good path, which I'll share with you today. I've been in the industry for about 22 years, working with corporations like Bristol Myers Squibb, Merck, J&J, and now Sanofi. With that, is it okay if I share my screen, Jürgen?
That should be fine. If you try, let's see what happens.
Okay. So can everyone see my screen?
I can see it. I hope I can speak on behalf of all the others. So it looks okay. Yeah.
All right, good. So with that, I will actually talk about the power of procurement to promote disability inclusion, right? So I've seen the presentation from L'Oréal, and I've seen the presentation from Microsoft from the procurement perspective, which has talked about the other side. The way I see it is, I think it was very well articulated in the L'Oréal slide. There was a slide that talked about working with classical suppliers and then working with diverse suppliers. Most of the presentation and most of the information that you've seen today is how to work with classical suppliers, right? How to work with your partners and create a disability inclusion environment from the day-to-day working perspective, right? But what I will share with you is what we are doing, or how to work with suppliers, the diverse suppliers, right? So that's what I focus my time on, to make sure that you get enough content and we are not duplicating what we are sharing. Of course, at Sanofi, we do have the Solidarity Sourcing Program, where we actually work with our suppliers who are large corporations or suppliers that are not diverse. So we create enough content with mutual discussions of our KPIs to make sure that the DE&I KPIs that are important to us are important to our suppliers and partners as well. So that Solidarity Sourcing Program is a different set of how we work with our suppliers, but I will not talk about that in detail, as a lot of content has been shared by L'Oréal here already. So with that, I will move on to my presentation. And since I'll be talking about our strategy, how to improve spend with diverse suppliers, and what are we doing in that. So before that, who are we from Sanofi perspective? So Sanofi is a large pharmaceutical company present, as you can see, in over 100 countries. We have over 100,000 employees with 70 manufacturing sites and 20 R&D sites. It's about 40 billion euros in revenue and growing. And we have 4 divisions. such as consumer healthcare, vaccines, gen meds, and specialty care. We want to make sure that the spend that we have, we are able to create an impact, and that's why we created a supply diversity program, and we built it very critically inbuilt into our D&I pillar. So at Sanofi, global supply diversity, like I said, is part of our corporate commitment, and it's infused into our D&I pillar under the transform section. What that means is we make sure that the addressable spend that we have for the company, we are working intentionally with diverse suppliers in different categories that I will talk about briefly. And we want to make sure that we are making an impact. Sanofi is committed to respecting human rights, support diversity and inclusion internally as well as externally, right? So since we want to maximize our impact, it is very critical that we create a program where we are actually able to work with suppliers and give them like equitable playing field to marginalized businesses that otherwise would not have that opportunity. And to do that, we have a vision and we have a goal in place. Our goal and vision is to reach 1.5 billion euros in addressable spend by 2025. You will also see that we have a solidarity sourcing engagement goal as well. And then also we want to consciously double our business with women-owned businesses, our spend with them. So it's a very powerful and ambitious goal that we are after. And how are we going to do that is to focus on the top 10 countries that you see in the center of my slide. And those are the top 10 countries where most of our spend is, and we want to focus on them and work with diverse suppliers to increase that impact. I do want to just put a plug in here in terms of diverse supplier explanation, right? Because solidarity sourcing is where you work with suppliers that are like-minded in terms of D&I KPIs. But actually, when you work with diverse suppliers, that means a supplier has to be 51% owned and operated by one of those diversity categories. And what are those categories, right? And this is where, the disabled owned category is one of the categories that we work with that comes into play. As you can see on my extreme right, most of the categories that we work with are like WBE, which are women business enterprises, SME, small, medium enterprises, Aboriginal owned businesses, disabled owned businesses. We also work with make sure the Black owned businesses, LGBT, and medium enterprises as well. So what that means is, depending on which country you are working with, there are a separate set of categories, diversity categories that you have to focus on depending on the rules and regulations in those countries, right? So we want to make sure that we are following all the rules and regulations and following the definitions that are allowed by the government as well, right? So as you can see, the disabled category is one of the category which is prominent in most of the countries that we are focusing on. And we want to make sure that our strategy that we weave in is built into the DNA of how we work from a category perspective. And then we do the white space or the gap assessment to make sure that we identify where we don't have those spend and how can we bring those suppliers on board, right? So that's what we are focusing on and working on. So we recently just put together a strategy framework, which we call it E3, and that means educate, engage, and excel. Those are our 3 E3 pillars. And under each of these pillars, we want to make sure that we are educating our audience internally and externally what does it really mean to work with a diverse supplier, who they are, where you can find them, and how to get them on board, right? So that's the education piece. The engage piece is we are engaging with our buying community internally and the diverse suppliers externally to make sure that we understand who they are, what services they are providing, which categories that we buy in that they can support, and how we can get them on board and get them ready to give them the business. The business has to be earned, right? They have to be competitive. So there's a whole process of training and mentorship that we go through, and we make sure that the suppliers are ready to actually earn the business through RFP opportunities that will come depending on the categories and the opportunities that they are able to service. And then in Excel pillar, we want to make sure that we are measuring our KPIs and we are very strict about it. And also benchmarking to see how are we doing compared to where we were in the past? Are we moving the needle? And then also we compare through benchmarking, external benchmarking exercises to see how we are faring with respect to our peers in the industry. Our goal is to optimize and transform the way we work and to actually maximize our spend power that we have to create a really positive impact in the society. So with that, very briefly, I want to just showcase the roadmap that we have here. So in our journey, we want to make sure that we reach to 1.5 billion euros by 2025. And I'm very happy to say today, we are trending over a billion as of today, which is really good news. And also how are we changing the way we work to make sure that the diverse suppliers do get an opportunity? We have actually mandated internally within our buying processes that every RFP that goes out, at least one diverse supplier will be invited in that category. If that is not happening, then they're missing their KPIs and their goal, and they will be flagged for it. And we have a process in place to track that and to reach out to make sure that appropriate policies and processes for the business opportunity bidding were followed. We eventually want to get to a situation, in an ideal state situation, where we are 100% compliance. Every RFP has a diverse supplier invitation, and then also that we are able to divert at least 1.5 billion euros or more from our addressable spend into diverse supplier bucket, which is extremely important, right? Also, with respect to like the partners that we work with, just to give a shout out to Disability In, we partner with them. We are on their board. We mentor. We do supplier site visits. We try to make sure that we are able to extend as much support as possible to the network and also the suppliers that are owned. The businesses that are owned by the disabled organizations or individuals, right? And then also from the, we also partner with Navova, HubZone, Diversity Alliance, MSD UK, We Connect, and MSDC, among others, right? So these are, our partners that we work with, and we want to make sure that we are able to create the impact that we want to create through our spend. I just want to, that is all I have here, and I'll take some questions if there's some time, but I do want to leave the session with a very powerful thought here. Every million of spend that we are able to divert into a diverse supplier spend creates at least about 10 employment opportunities and creates about like an impact of like 124,000 in society impact from revenue perspective as well. So think about that. So every million creates that. How much would a billion or more, what the powerful impact that it can create, right? So that's what we are after, and that's like our commitment and our pledge. And it's been, publicly announced, and we are really working very hard to make sure that we are able to work with those suppliers, especially the businesses that are disabled owned, to be able to move the needle in this direction and create the impact that we actually truly want to create and we believe in, right? At Sanofi, we chase the miracles of science to improve people's lives. And, these supplier diversity is one of the ways that we actually keep pushing that mission to achieve what we have set out to achieve. So with that, I will close and take any questions if there are time.
Thank you very much, Raki. And yeah, I encourage you to keep pushing. and it's great, great presentation. And thanks so much for touching about on very important points, also sharing some figures with us. So happy to see how this journey will evolve over time. Thanks so much, Raki. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. And we should have broken for lunch already 3 minutes ago. So unfortunately, no time to take Q&As in addition to what we did earlier. So thanks so much to all the speakers who spoke in the procurement session, which has come to an end now. We are breaking now for 90 minutes of a lunch. Before doing so, I would ask you to, well, invite you to respond to a poll that we will put up and probably leave it up for here for the next 30, 50, 60 minutes. And we will then share the results after the lunch break. So it's a bit of a cliffhanger that hopefully encourages many of you to stay on the call. Of course, have a snack, or I know some of you might already be going to bed soon, depending on where you are. So we'll launch a poll. In 90 minutes, we will be back, and then we will continue with a session on global tools for multinational enterprises. In the meantime, we'll ask a question about what your respective company or organization is involved in, and then we'll share the results after the break. So is your company or organization a member of a national business and disability network? Is it a member of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network? Of course, your company could be a member in the global network and in several national networks. Is your organization company involved in vocational skills training, either having partnering with skills providers or providing skills training yourself? Job matching services for people with disabilities. We can know, because we know there's sometimes a gap between, you know, those who are looking for a candidate and those that train persons with disabilities. And then, does your company or organization develop tools and guidance specifically on the employment of persons with disabilities? Or you say, look, in the categories you give us, Jürgen, sorry, we can't say yes to anything of that, and that's also fine, though we have the answer option, none of the above. As I said, we'll leave the poll open, and we'll be back in, well, now at 85 minutes. Thanks so much. So welcome back to the second part of the 9th Global Annual Conference of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. It's 2 p.m. here in Geneva. Some of you might have joined after getting out of bed in the morning on the other side of the Atlantic Oceans. Others we might have lost because for them it's time to go to bed. So welcome to those who have joined while we were on the break. And those, well, who are now in bed, good night. So the next session we have on the agenda is global tools for multinational enterprises. Very excited about this session, obviously, because we hope that the tools we will present are very useful for the companies promoting disability inclusion. But before moving into that session, I owe you the sharing of the results of the poll we had just before the break, where we asked what kind of initiatives your company or organization is involved in. So some of you might have just joined the conference, so you had not a chance to participate. Others who participated will not see the results live, but maybe they watched the recording while I'm now sharing the results. So we ask, just to get an idea of who we're talking to and what you're doing here in the conference today. So what kind of initiatives is your entity involved in? And it's good to see 40% of those who responded are members of national business and disability networks, of which more than 30 exist, and they pertain to the Global Business and Disability Network. So these could be companies, but also non-business actors in these national networks. 1/3 of the respondents said that they also are members of the Global Business and Disability Network. So 1/3 apparently are members of the network that is organizing this conference today, and 2/3 are not, at least from what we see from the poll. Also 1/3 of the respondents said that they are involved in developing tools and guidance on the employment of persons with disabilities, which obviously is the focus of the global network. And then we see 21% being involved in job matching services for persons with disabilities. 17% say they're not involved in any of the options we provided, and another 14% said that they are involved in vocational skills training. So that's that. I hope it was interesting to hear a little bit from the audience as a whole, what they are working on and what they're not working on. But with this said, I'm very happy to open the session on global tools for multinational enterprises. We will hear about the self-assessment tool. We will hear about the new guide by Purple Space, and also guidebook on accessibility of e-recruitment platforms. We'll start with well, in the agenda it says version 2.0 of the self-assessment tool of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network. I think it's actually version 3.0, but anyways, the important thing is not the number of the version, but really that it delivers what it promises. And with that said, over to you, Susan, who was such a thought leader and such an amazing help in getting this off the ground and online. Susan, over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Jürgen. And it's such a pleasure to be with you for the launch of this new ILO GBDN Self-Assessment Tool, and to just have a few moments to explain the benchmark's purpose and design. So if I could have slide 2, please. This initiative, as you can imagine, has been months in the making, triggered initially by our concern at the growing proliferation of all too often poorly designed, often inconsistent, confusing, complex indexes, standards, benchmarks, all targeting business worldwide, but too often lacking credibility with both business and persons with disabilities. We realized that we needed something which business leaders wanting to improve their disability equality performance could trust, because it was grounded in universal principles, principles which a business can be confident are valid in every jurisdiction. And of course, we needed something that reflected an understanding of the needs and reality of business. In addition, the time had come to update version 2 or 3 of the ILO GBDN self-assessment, and to develop a tool more carefully tailored for those leaders responsible for their performance of local business operations. So it's been a pleasure collaborating with you, Jürgen, and your colleagues at the ILO GBDN. Your global thought leadership in this space is so hugely important. And of course, I'm very grateful indeed to Simon Brown at Sightsavers as our technical advisor, developing the spreadsheet file now available on the ILO GBDN website, which will soon become an interactive platform. I'd like to start just by saying that this self-assessment is unique in being aligned with the universal principles that underpin the ILO GBDN Charter and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and ILO relevant labor standards. The questionnaire is designed explicitly to facilitate the best practice, which manages disability as both a business and a human rights priority. Because if there's anything we've learned, it's that only best practice, grounded in universal principles, transforms compliance with often inconsistent, indeed usually inadequate local regulations, transforms that compliance to wider business and societal benefit. So we would expect that users would want to complete this self-assessment on a regular basis, probably annually, to monitor and drive progress. So our aims were very clear. Slide 3, please. We need to enable ILO GBDN corporate members to realize their commitment to the ILO GBDN Charter locally, and to compare their performance on the ground from country to country against a consistent benchmark. We want to enable consistency in how local business leaders and national business disability networks in any country begin to define, deliver, and benchmark their disability equality and inclusion performance, and of course, to set priorities for action. And we want to enable any multinational corporation to determine what direction, guidance, standards, resources their national leaders need from their head office if the company is to deliver consistent best practice worldwide. So I was looking at what the self-assessment is and what it's not in some very practical terms. The self-assessment does not measure the performance of a regional or head office. That would require a quite different set of questions. It's not a campaign. Users may choose to publish their scores. They may choose to share their scores with other businesses. But the ILO GBDN is not going to publish league tables or individual company results. The tool does encourage structured accountability for delivering the necessary business improvements. For example, having a named senior leader responsible for improving the built environment or improving the customer experience will have much greater impact than just reliance on written policies. The benchmark does not measure business profitability. Such a statistic does not tell the chief executive what still needs to be done, nor does it measure a business by its compliance with a government disability employment quota scheme. Quota compliance does not equate to equal treatment, nor does it enable the desired positive organizational culture. This self-assessment is, as it says, a self-assessed management tool. It is not a quality kite mark or standard or independently certified certification of any kind. And finally, just to say, we think the survey should take no more than about 2 hours to complete, when leaders from across the local business share information relating to the disability and accessibility related performance of key functions like technology, facilities, customer experience, HR, procurement, CSR. So to look at the tool itself, the self-assessment's 47 questions are structured into 4 distinct domains. Could we have slide 4, please? Oh, we already have slide 4. Okay. So these 4 distinct domains are the fundamentals, which of course involves ensuring respect, fairness, equality, accessibility, 21 questions. We have 10 questions looking at, are you promoting a disability confident best practice culture? Then we have 9 questions, are you enabling dignified and equal access for customers with disabilities? And finally, we have the section on allyship and reporting. Are you advocating as allies to shape more efficient and equitable labor markets and to enhance the wider economic and social inclusion of people with disabilities? Let's take a look at how the scoring works on slide 5. Noting, of course, that the only answers possible are yes, no, or don't know, designed explicitly to help senior leaders focus quickly on priorities for action and concrete deliverables. So for each of the 4 domains of this self-assessment, the enterprise will be assigned a performance rating of foundational, practitioner, or leader. Questions are weighted to reward organizations which have mitigated significant and moderate risks of discrimination and unfairness. And questions are weighted to incentivize those interventions which fast-track best practice and a sustainable, disability-confident corporate culture. Slide 6, please. Before they can be awarded practitioner or leader status, the company must answer yes to 2 key questions. 1, do you have a named in-country senior business leader accountable for delivering across the business the best practice called disability confidence, and who's going to use this self-assessment to set priorities for action? And 2, do you ensure everyone in the business is learning directly from persons with disabilities, including from at least one of the following groups: colleagues, potential colleagues, OPDs, expert advisors with lived experience, customers with disabilities? So foundational level companies will have answered yes to 60% or less of the questions in each of the 4 domains. Practitioner level companies will have answered yes to more than 60%, but less than 80% in each of the 4. And leader level companies will have answered yes to 80% or more in each of the 4 domains. Noting, however, the strong expectation that leaders will need to invest in ongoing improvement as they act on what they learn, continue to monitor their stakeholder experience, and continue to enhance their collective influence as allied and valued stakeholders. We all know that 100% perfection is not achievable. Finally, we have an overall weighted benchmarking score, which is calculated using the average of all answers. And you can see the example of the scorecard here. This is what each user company will see when they look at their report card. And so in terms of next steps, well, I want to start by saying we're very grateful to the companies and allies around the world that tested the prototype and gave us such valuable feedback. There are too many to name, but I'm hoping that some of them are on this call today and know exactly who I'm talking about. I wanted also to say it's very exciting to see the level of interest and commitment that's already been generated. Initial launch partners promoting the self-assessment and advising on how to maximize impact include Access Israel, Innova in Canada, MyAbility in Austria, and for the DACH region, TotalEnergies and Valuable 500. And I very much look forward to our call, December 7, with many of the national business and disability networks in the GBDN community, as we set out to explore ideas for how the benchmark can help national business disability networks to identify where their members share similar challenges and to target their resources and interventions accordingly. Please do get in touch if you would also like to encourage the widest possible take-up of this free management tool while helping users to deliver the business improvements that also benefit persons with disabilities and make disability equality and inclusion a reality. So for further information, as they say, do contact Business and Disability at ilo.org, where you'll of course reach the GBDN Secretariat. Thank you very much. And back to you, Jürgen.
Thank you very much, Susan, not only, of course, for this presentation, but for the hard work you put into the self-assessment tool over very many months. We know we had tough discussions, negotiations, but I think we can all be proud of ourselves that this tool is now out. And I just shared in the chat the link to those who haven't, well, most of you will not have seen it. I think that's why we're launching it here today at the conference. So please have a look, read through the guidance we provide also in writing. Susan explained well how it works and what it's supposed to achieve. Have a look at the tool, the documents we also provide in terms of guiding you how to use it and how to interpret your scores. And as Susan said, please reach out to the Secretariat here of the ILO Global Business and Disability Network if you want to talk it through, if you have any further questions. But of course, we're looking for launch partners. Susan already mentioned a few. Susan also mentioned that, is it already next week, the 7th of December? I'm getting confused about, yeah, it's already next week. Next week. We will have a workshop with national business and disability networks to see how they can at local level engage the companies that they are working with. I will be also presenting the self-assessment tool to some of the companies that we have in the global network. So have a look. We think it really makes sense and it really makes a difference. As Susan said, we have, of course, validated it with companies around the world. So excited to see this being launched now, and also excited to see the results coming in over the next well, month and years. For now, thanks a lot, Susan, and we move on to the next tool, which is called Purple Planet: How to Create High-Impact Disability Employee Resource Groups / Networks in Global Organizations. And this will be presented by Brandon Roach. He's a Director of Strategy and Networkology at Purple Space, the leading organization on disability ERGs worldwide. And Darren Rowan, he's a Global Program Manager and Accessibility Lead at Eli Lilly and Company. Let me just see. I see, Brandon, you're already there. Just see if we can get Darren also on the screen. But maybe, Brandon, if you're okay, you could start, and then Darren, I hope, will come in any second now.
Great, thanks, Jürgen. Happy to do that. Great to be here. As Jürgen says, I'm Brendan. I'm Director of Strategy Networkology at Purple Space. And again, as Jürgen has already suggested, Purple Space is a global networking and professional development hub for disability employee resource groups, ERGs for short, and network leaders. And we're really on a mission to build disability confidence from the inside out by accelerating the global growth of the disability ERG and network movement, and by developing the inner confidence of every employee with a disability. And in our session today, we're going to share an overview of insights and lessons learned from our new resource, Purple Planet: How to Create High-Impact Disability ERGs and Networks in Global Organizations. It's a free resource which we developed in partnership with the ILO's GBDN and with Eli Lilly and Company. I'm hoping we'll be able to drop a link to the download section of our website where you can download it for free into the comments. So I'm joined by Darren Rowan from Eli Lilly. So Darren will introduce himself in a second, but among many other things, Darren is the chair of Purple Space's ERG Global Forum, and that group is really the driving force behind this resources creation. So hi, Darren, great to see you. And I wondered if you could start just by giving a quick introduction to yourself, but also by explaining why providing guidance on disability ERGs and networks for global companies was such a priority for you.
Sure. Hi, Brendan. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. Really excited about this joint sponsorship with ILO for the Purple Planet Guidance Research. I think first and foremost, through my own experiences of leading an international ERG over the last few years, that really focuses on promoting awareness, providing support and removing barriers for people with disabilities and long-term health conditions, that I know that when you're covering vast regions, as I do in this particular role, and when you're leading either the global ERG or you're involved in some of those chapters, it can feel somewhat daunting, especially when you're starting out on this. And whilst there could be good guidance that's given to you, maybe from your DEI office, just generally around how you lead a network or an employee resource group, I think it's quite a different thing when you start looking at this from a more of a structural perspective and a governance perspective, as we think about how you really build and maintain and you start to really look at thriving and innovating a successful global ERG. So I was really excited when Purple Space started talking about this notion of this, and we talked about it in the forum that you mentioned, Brendan, just now. And to me, the biggest thing that I've found, and I'm sure many other people who lead ERGs as well, is when you connect with others, externally especially, you really do start to build and develop and learn from some of those mistakes that others have made. And it's this spirit of learning and collaborating with many organizations that Lily found this most exciting of all. And that's why we've been the joint sponsors of this Purple Planet guidance.
Brilliant. Thanks, Darren. Yeah, it's been a real pleasure to collaborate with you and Eli Lilly, as well as the GBDN on this. So would love to explore some of the headline findings from the resource, Darren, but just firstly, by way of an overview for those that haven't read the guide yet, it incorporates the views and experiences of over 35 global disability ERG leaders and diversity and inclusion professionals and other experts. And as I say, it's a wonderful collaboration between the GBDN and Purple Space. We have lots of members in common, and many have collaborated on this resource as well. So the likes of Atos and Capgemini and IBM, Sodexo, lots of others. And we're finding that these networks at global level are having incredible impact. So from the kind of, I suppose, the macro, where ERGs have successfully advocated for things like the establishment of global accessibility departments or policies or strategies, to the micro, to the simple but powerful act of connecting individuals with disabilities who feel completely isolated, but connecting them with a vibrant community of colleagues who share their experiences. But Darren, I wanted to bring you in on what are the really interesting aspects of the resources around global mapping and the global growth of disability ERGs. And we, as part of the research, we mapped the presence of country level disability networks and ERGs across the participating organizations. So I wondered, what was it that struck you as most interesting or significant about those findings?
Yeah, I think there's lots of things really, but I suppose first of all, I'd say the fact that global organizations are investing in these networks or ERGs and the proliferation of these subgroups and chapters across the world. In some examples, I think IBM was one of them, where they have over 30 chapters or subgroups at a country or a regional level, for example. So quite a large number in one organization, and they weren't alone regarding that. It also did some confirming of maybe some of the things that we suspected around the level of maturity for some of the ERGs in specific countries. I would say, you know, the highest levels of maturity were in the US, the UK, India, and Australia, from what we've learned out of those contributing organizations. Is the presence in the fact that these organizations are spread across all continents, where they've got some representation of ERGs. And actually, it's over 56 countries that we found just from this research alone that were being represented here. So the country mapping hit countries such as Argentina, Denmark, Nigeria, Mexico, UAE, Hong Kong, etc. It just goes on, and yeah, it's marvelous to see it, really, that you see this sort of literally the purple planet coming up as you did the mapping there, which I love, that sort of visual representation. So I suppose out of all this, what you know, it's great to see it, and that visibility in itself is great. But I think what's most important out of all of this is that as we look at where we have this presence across the globe, when I look at it from my perspective in a company like Lilly, I can then use this data to then say to some of my colleagues in various countries who maybe felt a little bit alone before, apart from talking internally, but they can connect with other external organizations through this mapping exercise and start to really connect with them in the same way that I did when I first started to get established in my leadership role here. So I think that's going to be the most important and impressive thing out of this.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. It's exciting and already helping us to start the planning process for the Purple Space Global ERG Summit that we're planning in October 2024 as well. So more about that anon. The next question, Darren, because I'm conscious of time, was around the variety of ways that organizations are managing ERGs. You know, lots of different organizations, huge complex beasts. There's no right or wrong way of doing networks or employee communities in such a diverse group of organizations. So just wondered, in terms of the section where we map out different models and approaches to running ERGs and networks, what struck you again as being significant in relation to those different models and how to get started?
I think that what we see is that obviously different organizations mean that people set up their ERGs differently. So some, for example, Capgemini used existing networks and then built a structure that you know, leveraged what they already had in place. Others maybe took that country that was really quite mature as a starting point and then set off from there and started to build out and you know, extend their network globally, and then built their governance again around that. And then I suppose the third one, and there are still others, is the one I think Unilever have taken, which was really to start from being global right from the get-go. And then they are looking at, obviously, today we see a lot more people interacting virtually, digitally within networks. So, you know, starting at that point made complete sense for them. I suppose ultimately what we find out of it is that you need to find what makes most sense for you from how your organizational context looks and culturally how you kind of make that work. So there's no one size fits all, and that's the beauty of the ERG. But the learning from that is key.
Thanks, Darren. The last thing I wanted to touch on before we hand back over to Jürgen was this concept of networkology. So I have it in my job title. It's a word that we invented at Purple Space to describe both the art and the science of running a high impact disability employee network. So the art refers to the human skills, sometimes referred to as soft skills of leadership, about how you make things happen in a voluntary role on a topic that, you know, is important to you, but may not be a priority for other busy but well-intentioned colleagues. And the science refers to more of the mechanics of running a network. So for example, governance and strategy and working with stakeholders. So I wanted to talk to you about the art side, Darren. I think the science side is probably the side where there's more information, more guidance out there on online. But I wanted to ask you about the art because we see less about that. So the resource calls out a number of common leadership traits that we identified from speaking with all of those successful disability ERG network leaders. So I just wondered which ones struck you as being the most important or most interesting?
I think, like you said, there were many synergies across these leaders. I suppose it won't be surprising to say having a global mindset is really important. And that's something that I think many people have to develop if they're not already in that place. But that's one of the things that came through, being able to step out of their own culture and really listen to others and gain their perspective. Strategic thinking is something that definitely come through. It's really important to be able to see the bigger picture, be able to organize those thoughts, get the insights from others, and you know, build on that to have a good plan and structure. And collaboration, of course, that comes through really high in terms of, you know, collaborating with those leaders of those various subgroups and chapters. Mentioned also about, you know, collaborating externally as well, but also collaborating in, you know, internally with maybe other networks like LGBTQ, for example, where you see some synergies there, and your DE&I office and maybe some business functions as well. So that, you know, driving for greater collaboration is something that comes through. I think one of the final things to touch on is around, you know, the kind of ego aspect of this, in terms of as you start to see that people have to leave their sort of ego at the door sometimes and be able to have a open conversation with people. Everybody's got a view on what they think good looks like from disability inclusion, but really being open to different feedback and hearing others' perspectives, and, you know, knowing where to compromise and to be able to strike the balance, enable for you to go forward as a global ERG. ERG has really come through in the findings. So yeah, lots more insights that came out of the leaders than that, but I think there's some of the key points I'd highlight.
Thanks, Darren. Yeah, it's a great summary. And this community of disability ERG leaders, it really is an extraordinary community. They do different things back in their day jobs, different levels of seniority, different levels of functional skills and experience, but you know, they're bringing just incredible range of leadership capacity to the disability community within their companies. So thank you, Darren, for your input today, but also for your partnership, your collaboration on this particular resource. Thanks again to Jürgen and the ILO GBDN for inviting us both to share a little of the findings on the resource. But again, thank you for your collaboration, your partnership on the development of the resource as well. So Jürgen, I'll hand back to you. I know we're around for questions at the end of the session as well. And I can see that my colleague Kirsty at Purple Space has popped a link to the resource in the comments as well. So do feel free to download that.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Brendan and Darren. You know, happy to see the link, and those of you who haven't seen the publication yet, please have a look, download it, because I think it's a really unique publication. And thanks really to Brendan and Darren for your leadership in getting this done, and addressing also the art and not only the science of disability ERGs. I find that very interesting. When I had a chat with Brendan some weeks ago, I think I also asked him, like, that's very fascinating. You even have like a chapter on a section on managing, as Darren said, no, managing one's ego, because a lot of the work is voluntary and you don't always get the recognition that you deserve for the work in disability ERGs, or any ERG for that matter. So a fascinating publication. Have a read. And I'm looking forward how the results will be used, how the insights of this publication will be used. I think the point of these, let's say, the concentration of disability ERGs in certain countries is quite interesting. Also, of course, for us in the Global Business and Disability Network, And for the national business and disability networks we work with to look how can we also link national business and disability networks with national chapters, so to say, of disability ERGs. So highly encourage you to look at it. I think it's really a very interesting, insightful publication and gives good guidance to multinational enterprises, but also other global organizations like the ILO, like other parts of the United Nations system to establish or strengthen disability ERGs. I know in the ILO that was very well received by my colleagues being involved in our disability ERG, but I'm sure it's the same for many others listening right now. And Andy from GSK says we can learn so much from and support each other as ERG leaders. Of course, I can only echo that message. Thanks so much again, Brandon and Darren. We'll now come to the last speaker in this session on global tools for multinational enterprises. My colleague Jenny, also from the United Nations, but working in a different entity in the International Telecommunications Union. She's a program officer on digital inclusion. And I have worked, and our team, our respective teams have worked quite a bit with each other over the last, Jenny, you will let us know how long it has been, but we finally came up with a guidebook and eventually on the e-learning on accessible e-recruitment platforms. But with this, over to you, Jenny.
Thank you so much, Jürgen. Yes, it's been 2 years of, very fruitful collaboration with the ILO. For anybody who may not know, the ITU is the International Telecommunication Union, which is the United Nations specialized agency for information and communication technologies. As I said, this has been a fruitful collaboration between ITU and ILO, and we are very, very glad to have partnered in this endeavor. So the work that led us to the development of this guidebook that I will be telling you about is really grounded in the knowledge and understanding that technology can be a major catalyst for the full participation of persons with disabilities. And information and communication technologies can really really level the playing field for persons with disabilities and all persons across many life domains, including education, health, employment, and much more. Now, organizations that are seeking to hire new talent are increasingly placing job advertisements online and frequently requiring applications to be submitted online. However, many of the barriers that persons with disabilities face in accessing employment opportunities is that many of these job portals, these recruitment systems, do not contain accessible digital content and have not been designed and developed with the ICT accessibility requirements in mind. And this creates barriers for persons with disabilities to apply for jobs in conditions of equality. So in this context, employers may unknowingly be discriminating candidates with disabilities before they even get to the job interview, as many of these portals have not been designed and developed neither with the web accessibility requirements I mentioned, nor with the universal design principles in mind. So with this in mind and the commitment to support the development of inclusive digital societies, we partnered with the ILO to develop a project that aims to provide guidance and strengthen the capacity of policymakers and employers from different different groups such as governments, UN agencies, the private sector, and others, to ensure that disability inclusion is found throughout the online recruitment process. So this also is an initiative with which we aim to make a contribution to the achievements of something called the United Nations Disability Inclusion Strategy. I'm sure many of you may know about it, and specifically on indicators, two indicators, the indicator on accessibility and the indicator of employment. And this is a real commitment within the United Nations and with all the members that, of course, we are serving. So how we started this project and what led us to the guidebook? We developed some accessibility assessments that aim at reflecting the existing levels of accessibility of different job portals in 6 different organizations. These were some of them were UN agencies, and also we had the pleasure to have Leonard Schuster, which I understand is one of the members of the GBDN. Now, these assessments looked at the compliance of these portals and their content with the latest international accessibility standards, the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines at the 2.1 level. So this involved also interviews with the human resources departments of the sample organizations and other staff as necessary to identify the needs and the specific areas of their job portals that needed to be assessed. These assessments also included end user experience evaluation that indicated the gaps for both the process and the system to become optimal. This was also done in a collaboration with Fundación 11, an NGO established in Spain, which mobilized and identified a group of persons with different types of disabilities to support in the user testing assessments. A report of these assessments will be summarizing the findings and will be included as an annex in the guidebook. Now, the guidebook, the goal of the guidebook is to help employers understand the accessibility and usability barriers that persons with disabilities may face when applying for a job online, and the accessibility and usability requirements that these career websites and digital tools used in the recruitment processes should meet to support the overarching goal of preventing the discrimination of persons with disabilities, and of course to promote inclusive employment. We had the honor to have many entities also collaborating in the advisory committee of this project, and that supported a lot of very good feedback and technical suggestions. So how is this guidebook going to support employers? It will give recommendations to improve the accessibility and usability of their platforms. It suggests practical steps and good practices to look at and to follow when recruiting persons with disabilities. It provides guidance on how to create accessible digital content. Employers may become aware of the risks of discrimination against candidates with disabilities when using recruitment tools that use artificial intelligence algorithms, and will have recommendations to avoid this. And policymakers will also have practical steps to follow to create and enforce digital accessibility policies. Now, past this guidebook, as Jürgen mentioned, we will also have a self-paced online training that will be hosted in our e-learning platform, which is targeted specifically at individuals involved in the recruitment process of the organizations and the maintenance, and individuals involved in the maintenance of these job portals. And upon the completion of the course, learners will develop their understanding of the key role of digital accessibility to ensure that no one is left behind in their job recruitment processes. They will develop their understanding of how accessibility requirements and standards and the principles of universal design are fundamental in the process of building inclusive online job application and recruitment systems. They will also understand which are the main obstacles that persons with disabilities face in the digital world and how to work on them, and get some concrete example of barriers that were encountered by candidates when visiting the job portals that we assessed. So we are very, very happy to have worked on this guidebook and on this project overall with the ILO, and we will aim to be publishing and launching this guidebook next week. We will be sharing with you the specific date, and also we will be sharing the dates for the launch of the e-learning training, and hope that you can all access this and you can all be benefited by it. Thank you very much, Jürgen, and all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jenny. I think it has been a very insightful and fruitful collaboration between ITU and the ILO on this. As you said, it was mostly in the context of the UN Disability Inclusion Strategy, which is the big strategy for the UN entities like ITU and ILO to become more inclusive and accessible. At the same time, it's clear that when you will see the guidebook, it's very much applicable to the private sector and to multinational enterprises as well. So we hope that once it's launched next week, you can have a look and see how you can apply it in your respective company and organization. You'll probably have to speak to your IT department or your human resources department, depending on who is actually in charge of your e-recruitment platform. I can tell you from the ILO side that I was in touch with our human resources department because the project assessed also the job portal of the ILO. And we, of course, unfortunately found many things that could be improved. So hopefully it has become a little bit more accessible by now, the ILO job portal. But I think any organization, any company can do better. It's always a journey. There's never perfect accessibility. We know that. But have a look. Hopefully it will be helpful for your respective company and organization as well. And I'm also personally very much looking forward to seeing the e-learning then being launched at some point next year, I think, right? So thanks a lot. I see we haven't, did we? Oh, I see there are a few questions here. There's a question, will the e-learning be accessible to all users? I think we can confirm that. That will be publicly available. It's free of charge. It's on the ITU, sorry, what's called, Jenny? ITU Academy.
ITU Academy platform, and I can share the link here, but yeah. We will be sharing the direct link to the course via you, Jürgen, I guess, with the GBDN.
Yeah, great. No, and definitely, we will also make this available or links to it from the ILO Global Business and Disability Network website. So thanks a lot, Jenny. Looking forward to the next steps on this journey. And we are perfectly in terms of time, because now it's 2:45 p.m. here in Geneva, which means we will start the next session on unlocking the potential of neurodivergent talent. I think I mentioned at the beginning of the conference the number of the different webinars we had in 2022 as Global Business and Disability Network. One of the webinars was already addressing the inclusion of neurodivergent talent. But since it's a topic that is somewhat, well, you can still say emerging or trending in the business community, I think it's worthwhile discussing it again at today's conference, and we'll probably continue to do so in the months and years to come. With that said, I'm happy to hand over the floor to first Rich Thompson from Capgemini. He's a global employee network lead on DE&I, and then we'll hear from 3 more speakers. Rich, over to you.
Thank you, Jürgen. I will just hopefully share my screen. Hopefully that's coming through.
Yes, Rich, perfect.
Cool, thank you. So, hi, I'm Rich Thompson. My pronouns are he, him. I have been with Capgemini for just over 10 years as a PMO and a project manager. And most recently, I've moved into a global role supporting our employee networks focused on diversity and inclusion topics. I'm here today to talk about the topic of neurodiversity, not only because it's important to Capgemini, but also because it's important to me personally. My partner is neurodivergent. He is on the autistic spectrum and has dyslexia. He's given me permission to share this. So I have first-hand experience of the challenges and the opportunities that bringing together neurotypical and neurodivergent minds can bring. So diversity, we know, is a business necessity. We know this based on what our people are telling us, but also based on research that we've commissioned through the Capgemini Research Institute. So we know that it affects talent attraction, that 1 in 3 people will be put off applying for an organization that is not inclusive. We also know that it boosts innovation and increases revenue performance by 1.7 and 1.4 times respectively. We also know that our clients and consumers are demanding inclusive products, and inclusive organizations are 4 times more likely to create them. The world is changing, and we have to be ready to meet those changes. We're committed throughout the organization to enabling diverse talent, and we're doing this by focusing on an individual's talents and enabling their abilities through seeing the people first, not their limitations or their differences. We're not ignoring those limitations or differences, but we are enabling the equitable opportunity to succeed and thrive. By doing this, we're building an agile, creative, and innovative, inclusive workplace for all. Now, neurodiversity is a key part of this, given that approximately 20% of the population may be neurodivergent. So recognizing those individual strengths is really relevant for this community, given that the benefits of different ways of thinking can bring to the business world, rather than only just looking at things in the usual neurotypical way. The diversity in approach, thought, and perspective are keys to greater innovation, creativity to solve the problems that our businesses and our clients are facing. So, for example, people like my partner with dyslexia, who previously might have struggled with the business world if we only judged them on how they can read or write, are now being valued for their strengths in 3D visual thinking, verbal skills, and long-term memory, whilst enabling technologies supporting them to overcome the difficulties that they face with reading and writing. So today I'm going to take you briefly through some of the things that we've been doing at Capgemini to enable our neurodivergent talent, starting with our existing talent. So we recognize as a company that we have a significant neurodivergent talent within our company already, and we must engage and include these people in our workplace in different ways in order to unlock their full potential. And we've been doing this, and we continue to develop in the following ways. The first is through representation. So we have our global ability and caregiver employee network capability, which also covers neurodiversity. And we're providing colleagues with a platform for representation. This network is central to providing a space for people to share their stories, their experiences, and it's also a forum through which the collective needs of the neurodivergent community can be articulated and advocated for at a country and a global level. By creating visible representation, we're hoping to enable people to feel confident to self-disclose about their neurodivergences, share any requirements for workplace adjustments that they might have, or that they've been too afraid to ask for previously, which could then take them to the next level of success in their career. Or they could share that innovative idea that they've been holding back on. Closely linked to this is engagement. So through the networks, we also want to ensure that the views and needs of neurodivergent people guide our actions rather than being imposed upon or done to. We work with the community to co-create our strategy and projects, being guided by them as experts with lived experience. And if we encounter barriers that prevent us from taking certain actions, we'll work together to identify alternative solutions. The next one is inclusive behaviors. So the average person will spend up to 90,000 hours or 1/3 of their life at work. And that's such a high proportion of your life. We need to make sure that the workplace is somewhere that is welcoming and that you feel included. And at Capgemini, we focus on creating that inclusive environment through behaviors. And we want to enable this to be as easy as possible. So one example of this is we've launched ability passports in the UK and Italy, where individuals have a personal document where they can quickly and easily outline adjustments they need to enable them to succeed, making moving between projects or joining new teams much less daunting, and making conversations about workplace adjustments more normalized as part of the project onboarding or meeting people in a new team, particularly for people who having those individual conversations might feel uncomfortable. And having it in a single document makes it easier for the individuals so they don't have to keep having it multiple times and ensuring that everything that needs to be covered is. The next part of this is about thought leadership. We don't just want to be a passenger on the journey to inclusion. We want to lead the way, whether that be through innovative and inclusive solution designs for our clients or through the changes that we're making to enable our own talent. We want to give people the opportunity to share their best practice and engage with others to build and share this, just as we're doing now. And the final part for our internal talent is around learning and awareness. This is key Diversity and inclusion is an ever-evolving topic. Neurodiversity is especially something that's relatively new in the collective workplace consciousness, and we need to continue to give people access to constantly updated materials based on the latest research and best practices. We already have a wealth of expertise and knowledge and lived experience within our community, and we're enabling and empowering people to share this. So some of the examples I've got on the screen right now is, the first one is from the UK. So during Autism Awareness Month this year, we had testimonies from interns with autism working at Capgemini who shared their experiences of what their internship was like. The second one is from Australia, where our local neurodiversity employee network has developed a series of educational webinars on different neurodiversity topics based on their lived experience to raise awareness and understanding, but also allow questions to be asked in a safe and judgment-free environment. The third one is each year to mark International Day of Persons with Disabilities, which is coming up on Saturday. We launch a campaign across Capgemini to highlight all abilities, but we ensure that we have content dedicated to awareness on neurodivergence. And finally, in France, to mark the European Employment of People with Disabilities Week this year, Capgemini actually hosted a month-long series of events covering multiple topics, but within that we had a neurodiversity strand, and one example of which was a theatrical sketch session, which illustrated 3 business situations affecting people with autism and how the business can adapt for success. So that's the people that we've already got, so how we can unlock our existing talent. But what about new talent? And we're always looking for new sources of talent and how to increase our level of neurodiverse talent. So we're doing this in a number of ways. First one is demonstrating our commitment and experiences. So sharing the things that we've already mentioned, showcasing our activities such as the Australia series of webinars that I talked about previously, so they can understand what's going on inside Capgemini and what they might experience once they join. The next one is digital inclusion. Now, Capgemini has got a strong commitment to digital inclusion and bridging the digital divide, enabling those who have not got the access to the digital skills to be upskilled. In Brazil, the team have specifically targeted digital inclusion efforts for neurodivergent people, provided them with specific training, which has ultimately led to some being hired into permanent roles with Capgemini. The next is inclusive technology solutions. So this comes back to Capgemini's business purpose, which is to unleash human energy through technology for an inclusive and sustainable future. An example of this is a global effort where we've had teams working with Australia, our employee network in Australia, and digital teams in France to develop an app to enable neurologically challenged people to navigate public transport and plan journeys. So this is not just about inclusion for our own business benefit, but also wider benefit for society, which in turn will help us attract, engage, and retain people who are driven by purpose. The next one, it sounds like the most obvious one, but it's often overlooked, but it's also probably the most underestimated in terms of how difficult it is to really implement, is inclusive recruitment processes. So we are reviewing our recruitment processes. COVID has taught us how we can actually change our processes and achieve great results. So we're now looking at producing a global framework of how we can amend our recruitment processes to make them more inclusive for all, but particularly for neurodivergent candidates, and how we can make that a more accessible process. And the final two are really linked, and this is about building effective partnerships. We understand that we have a wealth of knowledge internally, but we know that we're stronger together with others. And we are looking to develop local and global strategic partners. We've already got examples underway in the US, so a partnership with Zavicon and NeuroTalentWorks, and targeted recruitment efforts in the UK. And if I can just mention the UK one in detail, we had interns on a 4-month program partnering with Ambitious About Autism. Initially, it was only meant to be an internship. At the end of that internship, we actually offered permanent roles to all of those who were engaged on that internship, and 85% of those took us up on that offer and are still in permanent employment today. So it shows how these efforts can really pay off, and we can actually change and improve the employment pathways for neurodivergent people and add to the diversity of our talent. So that's my presentation. We understand that we are in the beginning of our journey. There is always more that we can do to improve, but hopefully I've illustrated some of the efforts that we've got going on around the group, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else we've got to learn from others.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Rich. As you said, we are all on a journey where I think Capgemini has taken very important steps to advance on that journey. So thanks so much for a very comprehensive and insightful presentation. And as you say, let's see what we can learn, everybody together, also from all of us, but especially from the next speakers in this session. Thanks a lot, Rich. So Mariana is already switching on her camera. That's perfect timing. Thank you, Mariana. Mariana Guez is International Director for Prevention and Wellbeing at Work at Orange, never sure if I should pronounce it English or French. Anyways, you'll tell us, Mariana, and much more. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I wanted to say how impressed I am by well, the last presentation, but also all the presentations I have seen since this morning. It's really a great job, and thanks to you, Jürgen, for all the efforts you made to join us together on this day. So I will perhaps, will you share the slides, Jürgen, or shall I do it? Sorry for this technical question.
We can do it for you. My colleague Aria can do so if you like. No problem.
Okay.
Just give us a few seconds, but you can start already.
Okay, no, it's not a problem. So thanks for inviting us again. So Orange Group is a worldwide group. It's a group with 140,000 employees. And I'm an occupational doctor. So thank you so much. Thank you. And by coming back, that's it. So I wanted to talk to you about NeuroTeam. It's a program inside of Orange. It's about neurodiversity. So first of all, I'll tell you perhaps, next slide, please, what neurodiversity means for Orange. In fact, we wanted to talk to all the employees about everyone. Of course, it's GBDN meeting today, so we'll talk about disability, neurominorities, neuroatypicals, neurodivergence also, but the work we're doing at NeuroTeam is talking about neurodiversity, so about everyone. Neurodiversity is about all the variations in human cognition, including neurotypicals and neuroatypicals. It was very, very important for the top management that we would address this point at the neurodivergence on a non-dividing way. In fact, they were, I suppose, inspired by Judy Singer, who you know invited the term of neurodiversity, and whom I heard saying a few months ago that she accepted the way neurodiversity, the definition evolved with time, and in fact that she was hoping that we would not continue too long to be in a bipolar world where there would be a neuro-labeled people and neuro not yet labeled people. So it's all about learning to have a kind and understanding look at each other and try to breathe, work, and live together. So as about these neurominorities, you know that they represent about 20% of the world's population. It's about autism spectrum disorders, disorders, ADHD, and many other items. I won't do the list now. And one of these reasons is that, in fact, the knowledge is evolving all the time, and there are items that have been understood and described scientifically, but there are a lot of them that are not yet considered as very clearly a medical item, even though it will be perhaps become one in a few years. So it is a science that and a knowledge that is continually changing, and we really insist on the fact that people should not play at targeting a precise definition or a precise diagnosis, because it would not be a healthy play, we think, to tag themselves too quickly or the colleagues around them. So we also want them to understand that talking about neurodiversity is talking about different ways of learning, of using information, and that it is based on a physical, on a neurological condition. So it's something very, very concrete. So if we can continue, next slide, please, Aria. Thank you. So I won't give you all the detail of the slide. It's just about telling you that our sponsors are at the top management of the group. There is the CSR director and the HR director. We also have an occupational doctor myself in the steering committee, which is something they insisted upon because they really wanted occupational health and safety to be considered at the right beginning of this this journey, which is a very long journey, you know it, and with many variable levels. So it was very important for them to have the health aspect treated from the right beginning. We also have people coming from the disability department, and also having an internal ERG group working with this. I wanted to insist also on the fact that through its foundation, Orange Foundation, called Volontaires pour l'Autisme, we have been working on neurominorities for more than 30 years. So it's quite a nice thing to consider. We can continue, please. Aria, thank you. So what are NeuroTeam's program ambitions? Well, of course, we want to facilitate the collaboration amongst teams. We want to limit bias and stereotypes. We would like also to open up to new talent as soon as we recruit, and to enrich development and innovation approaches. And therefore, we first took a first step through a manifesto, which has been launched in April 2022. So NeuroTeam program has been created at the end of 2021, and April 2022 we had this manifesto, and well, you have the detail of it when you have a presentation, because we will send it to you, of course, if you ask for it. We can see the next slide, please, Aria. Thank you. And we are at the end of the year, yes, and we already have some a few achievements, but I have to say that I'm quite proud of being of this adventure, because the approach was really multidisciplinary. You have seen it with a lot of dynamic, and it was fantastic to work with all these people. So we hired first was the first item we worked on was awareness and training, and we asked Dr. Nancy Doyle, who's an international expert working in the United Kingdom. You probably know her. I think that you invited her 2 years ago. Well, she was kind enough to come to Orange headquarters in Paris, and her intervention was really appreciated by 200 persons who were internal and external stakeholders. I also hired a neuropsychiatrist. I wanted a very specialized approach for the occupational doctors. Just as I told you, it was important that we helped all employees to understand that that talking about neurodiversity is talking about everyone, but to be neurodivergent is not only about being in a problem, solving, in a situation that could not be solved, or that would be only about complications and adaptations to do. So for the whole group, we have we are trying to be as large as possible in the explanations, of course talking about disability also, but not only. As about the occupational doctors, I really wanted to talk about the most complicated situations, because occupational doctors, of course, are partners on these situations. And the thing is that you probably know it, but some of these doctors do not always. Doctors do not know everything, and whole life long they need to get more and more information. And I thought that it would be quite useful for them to have at the intervention of the specialized neuropsychiatrist, even himself, that many psychiatrists were not totally aware of what the different neurodivergence profiles were. So it was really very interesting. Social workers are in the scope too, because we work with them too on the most difficult situations. So it was mandatory for us to make a special intervention and awareness session for them. The worker representatives also, really all these people were the first one to be informed, because for us it was mandatory for us to work with them and to be on the same page. For all group employees, we will launch next week a big communication campaign with a mini guide. It's mini just in the title because we already have 12 or 15 pages. I don't remember, but if you're willing to, I'll be able to come and present it to you another time. At any rate, we want it to be very practical and informative also, with a lot of sources. We have written a glossary, and we have had the help of specialists for conceiving 12 learning modules. So a communication kit has been sent to all communication departments, to the diversity correspondents and the health and safety managers in the whole group, so that we would launch worldwide the same information. For the managers, we have built an inclusive management self-assessment that has been launched before the summer. Recruitment has been mentioned by my previous colleague as being quite complicated, but with nice results. So again, congratulations to Capgemini. We have selected 2 specialized recruitment firms, and we hope to have a good work with them. We are aware that it is not only about recruiting, but also about accompanying afterwards during 6 months or a whole year the person recruited when it is a complicated situation, and also the team around. Experiments are also being implemented with the help of neurotypical employees, which volunteered, of course. One of them is very weighted. It's the inclusive work environment, and it is still in progress. For 2023, we will work. We hope to be able to launch the second guide of the first semester of 2023, a more expert reference guide with because we had to cut a lot of it. In fact, we had it in the first place, but for all employees, it was really too precise, and so we thought that it would be better to have a first mini guide and then another one. So the expert guide should come in 2023. Yes, I have insisted on the fact that it would be for our entire ecosystem. In fact, if you want to go to next slide, please. We are aware, in fact, that the journey, just as you said, Jürgen, is very long. And we have worked and made so many efforts that we thought that it would be perhaps nice to share it with the with other companies. So we hope to be able to offer the work we did at as soon as many people we wanted. And we already work with the associations and in the outside, we have been founding members for of neurodiversity in business, for example, with whom we are willing to continue working, of course, but to help to have a French-speaking part, because they're, as they say, they are very UK-centered, but and only English-speaking items are proposed by them, and it is already a very nice work they are doing, and we are thinking of trying to help them to get also to French countries. For us, it's very important because we are very present in Africa, so there would be it would be a nice way to do. And one last point that I would add is that we also are trying to work with the school and universities and specialist associations. Again, it's a multidisciplinary way of targeting these items, and it's for us, I think, the best way to do. And that was it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mariana. It's clear that also Orange has worked on the inclusion of neurodivergent talent for quite a bit. It's a very holistic approach, I would say. And I just want to emphasize what you said on the slide with the 4 squares. Also the affirmative action you take on the recruitment of neurodivergent talent, and not only, you know, making sure they can enter the company, but also are accompanied for, I think you said, 6 months. I think that's a practice I just wanted to emphasize again here in my remarks to your presentation. And yeah, I think it will be good. I mean, you already shared the slides with us. We'll make them available. I think also the external work you do is really helpful for other companies that want to start or improve their work on neurodivergent, the inclusion of neurodivergent talent. And as you also highlighted, you spoke in a webinar of the Global Business and Disability Network in April this year. So for those of you who can't get enough of Mariana, but also Natalie, who will speak later in this session, you can rewatch the webinar we did in April. It's also available on the website. So thanks so much, Mariana. Now we move on to Gabriela Burkhardt. She works at Nestlé, and she's a Global Diversity Inclusion Manager at Nestlé. And let me see if she can join us here on the screen. I think that works. There she is. Gabi, over to you. Looking forward to hearing what Nestlé is doing in the area of neurodiversity.
Thank you so much, Jürgen. Good morning from Panama, everyone. Yes, thank you. Great. Good morning from Panama, everyone. My name is Gabriela Burkhardt. I'm a white woman with short curly brown hair, wearing a pink blouse, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm the Global Diversity and Inclusion at Nestlé, and today I'm here to share a little bit of our projects that we have across the globe related to people with disabilities. And of course, the theme is related to neurodiversity. Next. Before I start, at Nestlé, our values are rooted in respect. Respect for others, respect for diversity, respect for the future, respect for ourselves. Next. When it comes to diversity and inclusion, we focus on 4 main key areas: gender balance, people with disabilities, LGBTQI+, race and ethnicity, and all of them underpinned by generations. Today, in this context of people with disabilities, we will show some concrete examples of actions that we are doing across the globe towards that. I will share 3 cases. One will be from Brazil with our Nespresso boutiques. The other one will be an employee resource group from Nestlé US Plus. And the last one is the partnership between Nespresso and Café Joyeux in France. All these 3 examples have an important focus on neurodiverse people. Next. So let's start with the project from Nestlé Brazil, Nespresso, called Involve. It's a program to hire and develop neurodiverse people in our Nespresso boutiques. It's a partnership with APAI, São Paulo. It's an NGO that supports neurodiverse people with many programs, and one of them is related to qualification and a professional inclusion. We have a video today that resumes very well this project. Next. Next one. Can you play? I think you have to share with audio.
Aria, make sure when you screen share that when you share that you enable or tick the box share computer audio. I think that's an option.
Eu gosto de trabalhar aqui, eu gosto de tudo, só alegria e sucesso.
A Nespresso tentou fazer com que seu papel de inclusão fosse realmente eficaz no mercado, que realmente a gente fizesse da inclusão uma cultura da empresa. A gente optou naquele momento por trabalhar com as pessoas com deficiência intelectual.
Chega aqui, põe chocolate, ela fala estoque, serve café, faz uma xícara, aí põe no pires, aí põe café, aí serve café. Ajudo para sacola também, ajuda a caixa, gosto de fazer o meu trabalho. Tem todo mundo aqui trabalha, né? Faço meu, faço todo mundo, faço inventário também. Eu gosto de animar esse pessoal aí. Amizade, respeito, educação. Eu sou feliz. Eu sou bom de café também. Eu faço tudo aqui nesse preço, né? Assim sou melhor. Eu só vou dar o meu melhor aqui.
Essa iniciativa na Nespresso começou exatamente 4 anos atrás. E foi lá que começou a nossa parceria com a APAI. A APAI de São Paulo é a nossa parceira, a empresa que nos suporta em todo esse projeto.
Eu comecei na Nespresso em 2015 e cheguei para trabalhar na parte do estoque e eu sempre querendo aprender mais. E aí eu comecei esse coffee, então aí já foi uma outra etapa do desafio, porque aí eu fazia todo o atendimento, falava do café, vendia.
Então hoje mais da metade das nossas operações já contam com pelo menos uma pessoa incluída nesse projeto e que faz parte do nosso time, faz parte da nossa empresa como qualquer outra pessoa. Quem mais aprendeu nesse projeto foi a gente. Quem mais ganhou nesse projeto com certeza foi a gente, porque essas pessoas que vieram, que fizeram parte dessa inclusão, elas só somaram, elas só fizeram com que a gente fosse um time melhor.
Next. Yes, every time I see this video, doesn't matter how many times I feel very touched. I hope you had enjoyed as well. Now I will share another initiative that we have, a next one. It's an employee resource group from Nestle US Plus, call it Thrive. It's an employee resource group, an ERG, and in this ERG we have 4 main areas: people with disabilities, caregivers, critical illness, and mental wellness. Within the pillar of people with disabilities, we have the sub-pillar of invisible disabilities, and it's where neurodiverse people can find a safe space, not only to talk about the topic, but to create awareness. Next one. These are the 4 pillars. Next one. We have done many events to create awareness through the years, driving conversations around accessibility, and also giving support and connection via our one-on-one ambassador program, where we connect people with others who have been in their shoes. And this is really a value to this ERG. And neurodiversity is one of the main areas that we have here. And this is one of the initiatives that led us to score 100 in the disability index in US for Nestle and Purina. So this is also a very important and concrete example of what we are doing in this field. Next one. And last but not least, this amazing initiative from Café Joyeux and Espresso France, call it Live My Life. Next one. Café Joyeux is basically a chain of coffee restaurants in France that systematically hires neurodiverse people. And in this partnership, Nespresso employees had the opportunity to exchange with an employee from Café Joyeux and create a relationship, allowing our Nespresso and Nestlé employees to go to the coffees and learn more about the person and the job itself, and vice versa. This partnership not only allowed Nespresso to support Café Joyeux hiring and including more neurodiverse people, but also allowed Nespresso to bring awareness to the teams, internal teams. Next one. As a phase 2, Nespresso launched a dedicated edition of capsules with part of the sales reverted to foster even more the hiring of neurodiverse people at Café Joyeux. It also used the power of the brand to amplify this amazing initiative and to bring awareness. Let's watch this other video. I hope you enjoy.
Nespresso et Café Joyeux s'associent pour créer et partager de la joie en capsule. Café Joyeux, c'est une famille de cafés-restaurants qui emploie et forme des personnes en situation de handicap mental et cognitif. Un projet qui rejoint les engagements historiques de Nespresso.
Chez Nespresso France, ça fait plus de 25 ans que nous agissons concrètement en faveur de l'emploi des personnes en situation de handicap. Nous avons choisi 2 partenaires essentiels pour notre activité. La Page, l'entreprise adaptée, qui prépare les commandes de nombreux clients, et la NRH, qui répare et reconditionne nos machines. Nespresso France permet l'emploi de 130 personnes en situation de handicap en France. C'est pourquoi, lorsque nous avons rencontré les fondateurs de Café Joyeux, ce projet nous est apparu comme naturel.
Le concept des Cafés Joyeux est né il y a plus de 5 ans, de la volonté de changer le regard sur la différence, de permettre l'inclusion professionnelle, de permettre à ces personnes avec handicap mental d'avoir un travail au cœur de la ville. C'est la première famille de cafés-restaurants qui emploie, qui forme ces personnes pour leur permettre d'exister avec nous, parmi nous. C'est ça la vie, c'est ça la joie.
Et c'est parce qu'ils partagent les mêmes valeurs d'engagement sociétal et les mêmes exigences de qualité que Nespresso et Café Joyeux ont décidé de créer ensemble un café qui plaît à tout le monde. Nespresso reversera une partie des ventes de cette nouvelle capsule à Café Joyeux pour leur permettre de recruter de nouveaux équipiers et ainsi poursuivre leurs actions d'inclusion professionnelle. Découvrez la nouvelle capsule Nespresso pour Café Joyeux.
Next one.
Nespresso et Café Joyeux,
Here at Nestlé, we truly believe that disability inclusion is the way moving forward. We all win in this journey. We continue to be an inclusive organization that draws strength, innovation, and inspiration from the diversity of our people and communities. And neurodiverse colleagues are no exception. We leave no one behind. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Back to you, Jürgen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gabi. Very lovely presentation in terms of content and the videos. Just for those who were not able to see the videos and don't speak Portuguese or French, I hope you will have still got the message more or less. But I think it's very good, interesting practices you have shown us, Gabi, today. And I just want to pick up on, I see the questions here in the chat evolving around language, and I just want to make sure Nat, the next speaker, said she will address that partly in her presentation, but just here saying that more, since we talk about neurodiversity, and neurodiversity also includes autistic persons. Just a comment here from an autistic self-advocate, if I understand correctly, most autistic persons prefer identity first language, i.e. autistic persons, alternatively persons on the autism spectrum, and also please speak of autism spectrum condition, not disorder. I think this, since I've seen quite some chat, and this is not to you specifically, Gabi, I think other speakers have used also terminology that might have been not fully aligned with what self-advocates, autistic self-advocates would prefer. But just mentioning this because I see there's some discussion and exchange going on in the chat, and also I think also in the questions. But thanks so much, Gabi. And the next one would be Nat from Nat Likovsky. She's the Global Neurodiversity Advancement Leader at IBM. Nat was also speaking at the webinar on neurodiversity of the Global Business and Disability Network in April this year. So happy to have you back, Nat. We all recognize you as a leader on the issue. So happy to turn the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Jürgen, and thank you everybody for donating some of your time today. I know these days time is very, very valuable, so I'd like to acknowledge that. My name is Natalia Likowski, but everybody just calls me Nat. I've been with IBM for 28 years, and I have been part of neurodiversity IBM since 2015. My pronouns are she, her. I am a white woman with brown hair. Today I'm wearing a blue shirt, and I'm calling in from Pennsylvania, United States, actually presently on the land of the Lenni Lenape indigenous people. So I'd like to acknowledge that land acknowledgement. So we're just going to jump into it. So neurodiversity at IBM, it's really the next chapter in IBM's diversity story, if not, hang on one second, I've got a little floaty thing here, if not part of everybody's diversity story. So at IBM for over 100 years, we have been embracing diversity already, of race, of ethnicity, of gender, of ability, of sexual orientation and identity and genetics, and many, many other factors. But if we stop and think, how else can we improve diversity? And what about diversity of the mind? So this is exactly what neurodiversity is, right? It's a concept where neurological differences are to be accepted and respected as any other part of human variation. And this includes autism, ADHD, dyslexia, and beyond. And it's not something to be cured or masked. And it's actually part of IBM's Be Equal campaign. I myself am proudly neurodivergent. I'm the parent of a neurodivergent. He's an IT professional. I'm not going to get too braggy parent about that. But I'd like to take you on a quick thought experiment. I'd like for you all to take a moment and think of a bird and where and how it lives, and just think about that bird. So the bird that I'm thinking of is the penguin, right? If you judge me based upon how I move on land, it will be very awkward. And if you judge me based upon how I fly, that's not going to be an adequate representation. But if you need a bird with strong swimming skills, that can raise a chick without a nest, that has loyalty to come together in a big storm, then I'm your bird. And while you might have been thinking of a robin or an eagle or a flamingo, they would not do well in my environment. So the key in neurodiversity is to match our skills with the environment that we're in. With this comes some neurodivergent friendly language. And while these are defaults, you should always ask the individual what they prefer, how to identify themselves. But this is these defaults come from the neurodivergent community. So we want to think of things that are empowering and things that may be seen as a microaggression. So identity first, a person is neurodivergent or is a neurodivergent or is an autistic, and not person with or has. I'm not a person with womanness, right? I'm not a person with, you know, American is, this is part of who I am. I can't leave it at home like a hat. So empowering is recognized versus diagnosed, right? Do you go out and get diagnosed with being a woman? Think about high or low support needs versus high or low functioning. Who gets to decide what functioning means, where you can measure how much support somebody gets? Focus on acceptance and pride, and not only awareness, though we do need to start there, right? Would we have Women's Awareness Day? Think of this as a difference and not a disorder or a condition, and think of accommodations as an additional need and not a special need, right? Who here on the call wears eyeglasses or contacts? Is that a special need, or is that just something that helps you in the environment that you're in? Same goes with icons. So the infinity symbol, instead of that jigsaw puzzle piece, which usually represents autism, autistics are whole people. And these bright primary colors, and especially the light blue, fosters that stereotype that autism is only found in children, that we never grow up, or predominantly only found in boys. So think about it. So why hire neurodivergent people? We've already heard the statistics. 1 in 20 people are neurodivergent. So why wouldn't you do that? And a bit of trivia, neurodiversity is actually at the heart of IBM. You can see in the image a diagram of the punch card tabulator, which was invented by Herman Hollerith, who was believed to have a cognitive processing disability. And as you can see by his brief CV there, engineering degree at 19, PhD, and eventually formed a small company that merged into IBM. The strengths of a neurodivergent workforce: original thinking, attention to detail, pattern recognition, people with deep interest and skills who are passionate and honest and fair, who are creative problem solvers with an intense focus and persistence. These are all these skills this penguin might bring. Leading to innovation, more loyal employees, increased value, improved empathetic managers, your corporate reputation, employee morale and pride, and many times opening this door allows that neurodivergent to achieve independence. And as I mentioned, my son, I'm very proud of the world that we are creating for people like my son and others who can see their neurodivergent gifts as skills. However, there are challenges that we have to address up front. There can be different communication styles. Neurodivergence may be perceived as rude or too honest or too literal or prolix, just talk way too much. Interrupt, have eye contact that you're not interested or you read incorrectly. My joke that I use is that if you want to know how you really look in those pants, ask a neurodivergent because we're probably going to tell you exactly what you need. This can lead to issues with social interaction and many misunderstandings, if there's a lack of radical candor, affect this. There could be sensory sensitivities, discomfort, and or actual pain to environmental stimuli. We all have once gotten a rock in your shoe and you have to stop and deal with that. But take that to another level for a neurodivergent, and it might be the smell of burnt popcorn in the office or really bright lights or anything that can affect that sensory diet the person is. And this is paramount in recruiting and in the interview. So the neurodiversity goals at IBM, first and foremost, ensure representation from the neurodivergent community. We wouldn't have a women's initiative run by all men, and the neurodivergents must step forward, and not only in a token representation aspect. We're working to drive global initiatives across all business units. So hiring, of course, but then also retention, enablement, and celebration. And that this can fill skills gaps in all roles and in all bands. And we're working to integrate neurodivergent friendly practices into the standard process. Because when you make things neurodivergent friendly, you make them human friendly. And our goal is really to build awareness, increase acceptance, and improve advancement of the neurodivergent community, both internally and externally. So we have two parts of our program. One is through new collar jobs, which focuses on hiring. And then we have our neurodiversity at IBM business resource groups. We have neurodiversity communities, one called Neurodiversity at IBM, and then Neurodivergent Family and Caregivers. But what I'm most proud about is that we have two neurodivergent task forces. And these are safe spaces where IBMers who are actually neurodivergent and or actually autistic can come together to not only get peer support, but to help steer the program. And that's critical. We also have a lot of internal education. We have neurodivergent guest speakers, presentations, lunch and learns, and beyond. So IBM was not the first company to start a neurodivergent program, but we're doing things a little bit differently, and that I'm very proud of. First is that we are global. We're working on this in countries around the world, understanding that there's a cultural intelligence factor of this, to understand how each country is on their own journey of where they are with neurodiversity acceptance. The next is that we are led by neurodivergence. Our motto is nothing about us without us. As we mentioned in the title, I'm honored and blessed to be IBM's Global Neurodiversity Advancement Leader. Our executive sponsor is neurodivergent. Our global leader for people with diverse abilities is neurodivergent, and we are loud and proud, and that we are providing these safe spaces. So what are we doing? We've done targeted hiring in 11 countries. We've had over 8,700 IBMers in 64 countries complete our formal neurodiversity training, and over 10,000 have attended one of our events. This past April, we started our Neurodivergent Out Executive Program. So IBMers who are executives are coming out as neurodivergent and telling their stories. And we just had 150 million people reach through one of our program was featured in Forbes. So what are companies doing to help? Just like neurodiversity in business and other organizations, the Disability in organization hosts the Neurodiversity at Work Employers Roundtable. And this is where a lot of companies come together to share best practices. And on their website, there's even a playbook to how to start your own neurodivergent program. So how can you help neurodivergents succeed in the workplace? Think of that sensory experience, the choice of office location, dedicated quiet spaces, people who can work from home to control their own environment, a flexible schedule. With COVID redesign, now it's a good idea to think about that sensory stimulation you're giving to your employees. Think about communication styles, having social contracting, open dialogues, where you can expect clear expectations and honesty and realize that neurodivergents are susceptible to burnout and fatigue. And think about the support you're offering, the culture change to make this be another factor of diversity and not something to fix or cure. Offer safe spaces, mentor, coaching, and beyond. So we're going to wrap it up with another quick thought experiment. Are you a Windows or a Mac user? Right? Not a hard question. Well, you can think of neurodivergence as running on Linux. There's nothing wrong, there's nothing broken, it's just a different operating system, and that should be respected. So thank you so much for all of your time today, and let's keep the conversation going.
Yeah, Nat, for sure, we will keep the conversation going, and I hope you will continue to be part of the conversation. I'm sure you will. And I will send, in a second, I'll also send the link to the webinar we had in April this year, also with you, because I think it's always good to go back to webinars we had in the past to learn even more. And I think your presentation is so well received, and I see that also here in the chat, because you give very practical advice. Love it, yeah. You give very practical advice on how to do better and better include neurodivergent colleagues and persons in general. And you could speak from lived experience, right? As a neurodivergent person and as a neurodivergent parent, so you have a lot to offer and a lot to share. So I think that that also lived experience and the practical advice you give us, also with a, I mean, you started also your presentation with the issue about language and, you know, what can actually constitute a microaggression. And I think we all can learn from that, including myself. And that's why I think the chat was a bit overflowing about the question about language and how we frame certain things. And it is important. We understand, right? Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say a good rule of thumb is to swap out another factor of diversity, like when you're checking your language, like person with a uterus, right? Person with, right? It's not, you know, like, oh, I think I might be Asian. Oh, you better go to the doctor, get that confirmed. Like, you know, just swap that out. And I think if everybody starts in a place of empathy and understanding, then we can get farther than saying this is the right way, or this is the, you know, there's a lot of language on like disabilities versus diverse abilities, right? It's not a dirty word, but it depends on what country you're saying that in. So we all need to meet in the middle and keep these conversations going. So
for sure, sure. And I think the important thing is also to listen, right? To listen and being open to change your mindsets, to change your approaches, to change your language once you realize, okay, it was never a bad intention. I was just unaware. And now we can move on and feel that everybody feels more included when we have conversations and when we all try to become more inclusive and better organizations and companies and better workplaces to be in. So thanks so much. And I see more praise for your presentation here in the chat coming in. And I agree with Julia Jin, one of my colleagues here. I will never forget the penguin head. I was imagining a woodpecker. I was imagining, I don't know, a parrot, I think, but I think the penguin image will stay with many of us. Great. So I'm just seeing if there are any other questions that we got for the speakers in this session on including neurodivergent talent. I just see more chat messages coming on the different birds that people imagine. Somebody was a pigeon, apparently. If not, then I think I will just share in the chat the webinar we had earlier this year in April, if I'm not mistaken, on neurodiversity, where we had Nat speaking, but also Mariana, who also spoke in this session. So you can learn more, even more, and I think there's never an end to learning more about the issues we're talking about today. So thanks so much for the speakers in this session. As Nat said, we will definitely continue the conversation on neurodiversity in the context of the Global Business and Disability Network. With this, we can now move into the last session of today's conference, partnerships at global and national levels. Like we work as Global Business and Disability Network, obviously at the global level, we also work at the national level. And with us in this session, we'll have represented the Valuable 500, Site Savers, but also the United Nations Global Compact. And we'll start with Stéphane Lebois. He's the Director of Partnerships at the Valuable 500. And just asking him here to start his video. Clicked a few buttons here, so it should be able to connect here. Thanks so much, Stéphane, and over to you.
Hi, folks. Thank you for, first of all, thank you to our friends at the ILO for having us represented on this panel. Having worked with both the ILO and Simon, I haven't had a pleasure to work with the UN Global Compact super closely yet, but I hope to change that in the future. And I apologize in advance for my scratchy voice here. I'm working on a cold. But before I begin, let me just a brief audio description. I'm a middle-aged white male with glasses and a mustache. I'm wearing a blue button-down shirt and a sweater, and I have a window open over my right shoulder and a plant to my left. And so just a brief description on who we are at the Valuable 500, and I'll kind of delve into how we view partnerships and what we're doing specifically on the global level, but also speak to what we hope to do on the national level or national and regional levels as well, going into 23. So the Valuable 500 was a campaign that started in 2019. It was a campaign started by Caroline Casey along with a few CEOs at the World Economic Forum. And the mission of this campaign was really to draw attention to disability inclusion and accessibility as a key business imperative to senior leaders of the biggest companies in the world. And so on stage with us were the CEOs of Unilever in Paul Pullman, Julie Sweet from Accenture, Richard Branson from Virgin, and a few others. And really what this campaign was meant to be was a CEO level roundtable, a CEO level collaboration, if you will, to move the needle in disability at the leadership level. So fast forward to 2021, we signed up our 500th company in May of 21, thus marking kind of like the end of the campaign mode and the beginning of our activation mode. And I'll talk about that here in a little bit. But we're really proud of getting 500 companies to sign up, and the requisite to signing up. There was no financial commitment. There's no kind of pay to play, but rather our only request was that every company that would sign up would get a signed commitment statement from their CEOs dictating what they hoped that they would do in disability inclusion and accessibility in the next couple of years. We kept the type of commitment super broad in order to get as many companies to speak to whatever small or large initiatives that they wanted to accomplish over the course of the near future. So now we're in what we call our second phase, which is the activation phase. So looking at working with our companies on an individual and collective basis to move them from their commitment to action. And this is kind of where the partnership piece comes in, where most of our companies are multinationals. Most of our companies signed up at the global level. So our first and kind of our first points of contact are really globally. And so when we think of partnership, that's kind of our first basis, right? How do we connect our companies not only to resources out in the community, whether they're consultants or whether they're folks like the GBDN, but how do we connect our companies to each other to form collaborations and partnerships that are meaningful and that actually produce results? Our most recent case of such a task force or working group is our travel working group, where we were working with airports, airlines, and transportation companies to really move the needle on how consumers with disabilities experience travel and tourism and leisure from end to end, starting from the time they get out, they take a taxi to the airport all the way to the end of their stay at a hotel. We want to make sure that folks with disabilities experience equity and experience the same level of customer service as their non-disabled peers do. And so we have an ongoing travel working group with again, representation from all across the industry. And the idea is to create something, to build something, not to just push hot air around, but to make sure that we're all working towards developing better practice, sharing best practice, developing better practice, and developing structures so that we can all move as one sector. So that's just one microcosm of the many different ways we're trying to organize our companies by industry, but also by geography. In 23, we're moving into developing collaborations and task forces that are geospecific. So we're actually working closely with our friends at the ILO on how to do that in collaboration with them. But the idea is to answer to or to provide support to our companies at the regional and local levels. Most of the requests for guidance or requests for advisement that we get from our companies come from a local lens. So making sure that they have the resources and they have the support they need to be successful as well. But I think most importantly, and kind of the biggest part of my job is how do we make sure that partnerships are forged and are maintained and are sustained between the private sector and the disability sector. We have, as a starting point, we have what's called the Valuable Directory, which is a global listing of disabled entrepreneurs, organizations working in the accessibility and disability inclusion space, service providers, all of whom are B2B service providers in the area of disability inclusion. The idea is to serve as almost like a broker of partnerships between our companies who have pain points and the folks who can solve those pain points for them in the disability community. We're also working very closely, or have worked very closely in the past, with some of our companies to identify opportunities in their locales, especially in the global South, opportunities to collaborate in development projects. So working, having conversations with USAID, the World Bank, and others to identify areas where our companies can kind of bring their expertise and bring their connections to bear. So in short, there are many ways that we encourage partnership in our work, and encourage partnership as a means to advance the work of our companies, again, on the individual and collective level. What I will say is one of the things that we're working on in 2023 as well is thinking on how our companies are measuring success, how they define success. We've actually worked once again with the ILO in identifying ways that we can start to weave in their wonderful self-assessment tool that they're building out at the moment, or that I think they finished to build out, into how we encourage our companies to measure impact and success in their disability inclusion work. What's really interesting and very unique about the self-assessment tool is that it speaks both on a local level. So, any kind of, company like country office or regional office can fill this tool out. And it also speaks global. So the idea is to create kind of uniformity or standardization across how disability success is measured across a company footprint, which is something that's very unique in our space. You know, there's so many wonderful pockets of work that are happening, but very little standardization or very little kind of scalability. And the self-assessment tool is one of those things that can lend a little bit of scalability to measurement. And so we're working on a couple of different things as well to not only measure success, but try to engage our companies in such a way that they in a targeted way, so that they can work specifically to this areas of the self-assessment tool that are that need to move forward. So in other words, creating targeted messages and targeted actions, and targeting those actions and those messages to very specific people in the company, so that it doesn't just go to DEI, it doesn't just go to one area of the company to then be distributed that way, but rather getting the right folks in the right positions to make the greatest impact. I can't speak any more to that because we're still building it. But what I can say is we hope that this specific tool that we're developing will help move our companies forward on the national and global levels. And I'll stop there because I know I got a couple of other colleagues who are going to join in.
Thanks, Stefan. Always very insightful and interesting to listening to you, because I know that the Valuable 500 is a very dynamic space and fast paced. So it's always good to get an update on what's happening. And thanks so much also for endorsing, so to say, the self-assessment tool of the Global Business and Disability Network that we launched just what it was, like 2 hours ago or so. And yeah, very much looking forward to continuing our collaboration, our partnership in 2023. I think we have a few things in the pipeline, and so that will be interesting for those who follow the space. So thanks so much, Stefan. Now moving to Sightsavers, represented by Simon Brown. He's a Deputy Technical Director, Economic Empowerment. Just to also acknowledge again his involvement in getting the self-assessment tool of the Global Business and Disability Network up and running, the new version. I think he will mention that also in his presentation, but I already wanted to thank him for his leadership on the tool. But Simon, you do so much more in Sightsavers, which is incredible. So over to you.
Thanks, Jürgen. And just before I start, what a fascinating day today's been. Yeah, it's been. I've learned so much in such a compressed short time. So thanks to you, Jürgen. Thanks to Aria, and thanks to everybody who's been part of today. I think it's really been incredible. I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about, or maybe just reflecting over the last 3 or 4 years that I've been with Sightsavers and some of the economic empowerment work that we've been involved in, and hopefully some of the learning around partnerships, and then some examples of those partnerships kind of in action. And I think it's mainly, I think, probably more my learning, yeah, and my kind of continued kind of learning around disability. I'm new to disability as a job, and it's an incredible journey. So let me get started. I think one of the key learnings that we've made, something that I've made, is that effective partnerships, which really increase the representation of people with disabilities in employment, are only really possible if we recognize that we exist within a system, and that we need to invest in much better understanding that system, of how it functions and dysfunctions relative to disability, and how through that we identify opportunities, and certainly collaborative opportunities, which have the potential to change the system in favor of disabilities. And this is something that we take very, very seriously at Sightsavers, and recognize that a lot of companies do want to be inclusive, but perhaps lack the confidence around disability, that job seekers with disabilities aspire, of course, to more formal employment, but lack perhaps the employment confidence and readiness for that. But that also within that system, there tends to be a gap in convening and capacity building functions, and that doesn't help. Yeah. Now, too often, let me just go back to that previous slide. Too often, I think we, the disability sector, tend to get a bit frustrated with the system, and then tend towards kind of duplicating it or trying to create a parallel set of structures, what I would term ghosting the system, and then get even more frustrated that it doesn't work, that it doesn't sustain itself, it doesn't have the effect that perhaps we intended. So again, it's really important that we understand this, yeah, that we live within that system and that we need to generate change within that system. And how we do that is by investing in that understanding. And one of the things I think we've done very well in Sightsavers over the last 4 years and made publicly available is what we termed our labour market assessments, of much better understanding the context of the countries in which we are programming around economic empowerment, of identifying sectors and industries that perhaps have the greatest potential for more inclusive employment, and then building partnerships around that to be really informed by it. Now, those partnerships need to be collaborative and not confrontational. They need to recognize that progressive companies, as we've heard all throughout today, want to be more inclusive. I've often tried, have struggled, and are asking for help. And quite frankly, are fed up with being told off and told off repeatedly. Those partnerships also need to be practical, that they provide training and accompaniment and resources. Here, the image of the Disability Confident Employers Toolkit, which we created with Susan Scott Parker and the International Disability Alliance a couple of years ago. Those things need to be practical, yeah, both for the employers, but also for job seekers, and the capacity of those supporting functions, that image I had on the previous slide. And a big part of that is in the establishing or building the capacities of existing national business and disability networks to really be effective employer-led knowledge exchanges, supported by, when appropriate, organizations of persons with disabilities and other disability organizations like Sightsavers as perhaps kind of disability experts. We find that profoundly important in our approach in economic empowerment, and are really committed then to the business and disability networks which exist and will exist in our work across Africa and South Asia. And let's not forget, yeah, that one of the key drivers for the investment that we announced earlier in the session around the 2022 edition of the GBDN Self-Assessment was the membership of the National Business and Disability Networks, asking for something that allowed them to more objectively measure their journeys around disability and disability confidence, and to be able to benchmark with each other. And I hope we've actually achieved that, and are really happy that the tool gets launched today, and hopefully will be really helpful within our own partnerships, but also more broadly within the business and disability networks. And so the kinds of partnerships that we've then built over the last 3 or 4 years that are largely no longer driven by us, but by the companies themselves, and particularly the companies recognizing that disability inclusion is an imperative. Again, as we've heard so many times today, an imperative within their own business and sustainability agendas, and that it changes from a kind of disability-led change to one that is much more led by companies approaching us for support to scale their work across their own regional networks and operations. Incredibly proud of the work that we do with Safaricom and Cisco in piloting the IT Bridge Academy in Nairobi, which has been a really great success in the first time that such an academy has been piloted in an emerging economy. And how that now begins to scale out into other countries, particularly in the coming months with MTN in Lagos in Nigeria, our second academy, and hopefully in the coming couple of years, we'll see academies in several more African countries. Of the work with Diageo on inclusive farming in Kenya, and how that now expands across its footprint in Africa, but also extends then not only to the supply chain parts of their business, but also then into retail, and particularly in West Africa through their Women's Economic Empowerment Program called Plan W. Of the work with Standard Chartered Bank, a really long relationship with Site Savers, but much more recently around the economic empowerment of young people with disabilities, but also the mentoring of youth through employee volunteering, which is a really great thing. Of the amazing partnership with Accenture and the Skills to Succeed Learning Exchange, an online platform which really much better prepares people with disability for the world of work. Of the incredible partnership we have with Coca-Cola Beverages Africa on piloting inclusive retail and the economic empowerment of women with disabilities in Kenya. And again, in 2023, progressively across all of the African countries where they have a business interest. And how that itself begins to get replicated under the Unilever Shakti program in West Africa. And finally, to the relationship with Access Corporation on the developing of a organization-wide disability strategy in 2023, and how that looks not only at the workplace but also at their marketplace and the communities that the business has relationships with. Yeah, so these partnerships, I think, represent or demonstrate the power that partnerships have, and how key national, regional, and global partnerships, particularly those supported through effective national business and disability networks, will lead to sustained change within that labour market system, and how they will have a material impact on inclusion in formal employment as we work our way towards 2030. So yeah, hopefully that was interesting, yeah, to look back at some of our learning, some of the examples of the partnerships, and thank you for listening. Yeah, thank you. Jürgen, back to you.
Yeah, Simon, not surprised, but still impressed about all the work you're doing with the business community as an international disability NGO. And I just want to thank you again, especially the work you have been doing on promoting national business and disability networks in Africa. I mean, you mentioned it, but I think I really want to emphasize that work, because in the Global Business and Disability Network, we really think that national business and disability networks are such an effective, powerful approach, method, mechanism to promote disability inclusion in the business community in general, but specifically the employment of persons with disabilities. So the support of Site Savers and other partners, but specifically Site Savers in Africa, is very much appreciated. And we have, you mentioned Nigeria, you mentioned Kenya. It's something we will certainly continue. I mean, we have discussed it, maybe not publicly so much, but we can also say publicly that, of course, we are happy as Global Business and Disability Network to keep collaborating as a joint initiative to create and strengthen more national business and disability networks. As I said at the very beginning of the conference, we had the regional conference on Africa last month only, exactly I think 4 weeks ago, and at a technical workshop for national business and disability networks in Africa 3 weeks before that. So thanks again for all that work. And well, obviously now we have the mandate and the privilege to keep promoting the self-assessment tool of the Global Business and Disability Network among the multinational enterprises that we work with, but also among the national business and disability networks, including the ones in Africa. So thanks a lot, Simon. A reminder that if there are any questions, please put them in the Q&A box in Zoom, and we should have some time at the end of the session. Next is Greet Kateart. Oh, sorry, Greet, I never get your family name right. You will have to correct me and teach me how to say it. So Greet is the head of labor rights at the UN Global Compact, and Greet will tell us more about the UN Global Compact in a second. Over to you. Thank you, Greet.
Thank you so much, Jürgen. And if okay, I will share my screen because I have prepared some slides. Let me try to share them with you. They should be here.
Yes.
Can you see them?
Yes.
Yes. Now just to get it in the slide, in a view. Where is it here?
Yeah, you can also put the lower right corner next to the yeah, just left of the bar that you can their slideshow.
Yeah, voila, it works. Perfect. Thank you so much, Jürgen, for the help. Yeah, I'm calling in from the Business and Human Rights Forum here in Geneva. So I'm close to the colleagues at the ILO at the moment. So thank you so much, Jürgen, for inviting me to speak a little bit on the work of the United Nations Global Compact. So if you look at the Global Compact, who we are, just a brief overview. We are the largest corporate sustainability initiative in the world. We have currently more than 16,000 companies who are joining the UN Global Compact. We have also more than 3,800 non-business participants, and we are represented in more than 160 different countries. UN Global Compact is headquartered in New York, but we also have 65 local networks. So really working with the businesses at national level and working also with stakeholders on the ground to work all together on the work that the Global Compact is covering. Now, the UN Global Compact, if you look at what we are doing, we are built around 10 international principles. So 10 principles, if companies join the UN Global Compact, they agree to align their operations and their strategies around 10 principles. And these principles include human rights, labor rights, environment, and anti-corruption. So companies who join the Global Compact, they agree to take action to implement these principles, but they also agree to advance the SDGs, so the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So companies who join us, they also have to, the CEO is signing a letter saying that they will take action on these principles, but they also have to report back on actions that they're taking to implement these principles. So companies are really also accountable on what they're doing to advance these principles. Now, as a UN Global Compact, we are a platform who are convening. We're really bringing together different stakeholders. We are, of course, also a UN initiative, so we work very closely with the UN agencies. So with the ILO is our guardian agency on the labor principles. So we work very closely with the ILO, but we also work very closely with OSCHR, with UNEP, and with UNODC. So for the labor principles, if you look in more detail what they entail, so there is a principle on child labor, forced labor, on freedom of association and collective bargaining, and then the fourth one is on non-discrimination. But of course, our 6 first principles, so covering the labor rights and the human rights, we really tackle them all together, and companies are really asked to implement labor rights to strengthen. We really want companies to strengthen respect for labor rights and human rights in general. Now, how do we engage with companies? Our objective of being this platform of an enabler of convening companies together is to help them connect with each other, but also to learn from each other. That's also something that is very important. Companies are facing the same challenges, so we really want to bring companies together to learn from each other what works, what doesn't work. But we also want to give a platform for leading companies to also show what is possible and to take leadership on specific topics. So that's also something that Global Compact is doing, is bringing companies to give them the platform to show how they're leading on specific topics. And then the communication, what I just said, is companies will also have to report back on what actions they're undertaking to implement our 10 principles. I think there's someone not muted, so maybe don't forget to mute yourself when you get online. Now, the way that we really want to have an impact, so it's one thing to take action, but it's really about scaling also impact and to really, because it's not only about a policy commitment, we also expect companies to take actions to implement these policy commitments. So we really want to have companies to take more ambitious targets and goals, that they set ambitious targets and that they also report back on how exactly they're implementing them. And you have to monitor, of course, and you have to share your progress that you're making, that you can learn from it. I've listed here some of the topics of our topics that Global Compact is covering. These are the 7 lead and shape areas, like we call them, because these are the topics that we really want to focus specifically on and want companies to put specific targets on. And as you can see, human rights, labor and decent work, and gender are the social topics in our agenda that we are covering. Now, if you look at the topic of today, of course, what are we doing on the topic of enhancing the rights of people with disabilities, and have companies also set specific actions around it and respecting the rights. We have developed a guidance together with the ILO. You can see it here, and this guidance can be found in our library of the Global Compact. I have listed here the link below. All the guidance that we develop is available for free for all companies. So please take a look at our extensive library that is available. That's one guide that I would definitely encourage companies to look at. There is also another tool that we are now launching this week. It will be launched on the 1st of December. It's 6 e-modules, which will help companies to understand our labor principles. So what the labor principles of the Global Compact, how to take action. So it's also about what is a good policy on these labor rights, but also how to take action. And there is a specific one on our principle 6, which is on elimination of discrimination in respect of employment and occupation. That one will specifically be relevant for the topic of today. We will also definitely warmly welcome also the new tool that has been launched today, and the tool will also be referenced in our e-module. The e-modules are also produced together with the ILO, so it's really the basis are the ILO conventions. So we're very pleased that we can add a new tool, an assessment tool, to that e-module. So just to mention is that next year we will also have a specific focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So Global Compact is also looking into building a new, more general tool to help guide companies on the more broader topic of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we will definitely also include the new ILO assessment tool in that one. I just want to mention that also on this topic, we have a gender gap analysis tool that we also have. It's a bit built in the same way, so to help companies understand where they are and where they can take action. And there is also a tool on LGBTIQ+, the standards gap analysis tool, which is also built in the same way to help companies understand how they can take action. So that tool is coming up next year. I would also like to mention that next year we are launching a human rights accelerator program that will be run by 40 of our local networks. It's a program that is run for 6 months. So we will run it for 3 years in a row. And each year it's for 6 months. So local networks will engage a small group of companies to help them understand what actions they can undertake to really have a good due diligence process in place. And the labor rights topics will be discussed in this program too. The e-modules that I was just talking about will be one of the onboarding tools that companies will have to take. So there will be deep dives for the companies to learn more on what actions they can take and there will be a peer learning experience for the companies that are part of the program. So if you're interested, please take a look at the website of the Global Compact, where you can find more information on this human rights accelerator program. And then of course the Global Compact local networks. So as I said, we have 65 of these local networks. There is also, we encourage them to closer engaged in the work on disabilities through the collaboration, of course, of the national business and disability networks. So this is just in a nutshell what the Global Compact is already doing. There is a lot of information that can be found on the website, but I'm very happy to be here today, and I'm very looking forward also to engage more in the future with the business platform that Jürgen is leading. So Jürgen, thanks again for giving me the floor and working with you as Global Compact. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Greet, and welcome to Geneva for the UN Business and Human Rights Forum this week. I hope we will meet up. I'm not even sure if we have scheduled any meeting, but thanks so much for the presentation on the UN Global Compact, and also how we can collaborate with the Global Compact on disability inclusion issues. You highlighted a few things. Just let me repeat these important issues: collaboration at local level, at country level, with the local networks of the UN Global Compact. Also, of course, using the self-assessment tool that we launched today. I mean, it's amazing to think about more than 16,000 companies that you have in the Global Compact, potentially using the self-assessment tool and making them aware where gaps, major gaps in their disability inclusion performance, so to say, still exist. So there's a lot of potential, the e-learning you mentioned, and I think we only started really collaborating, so much more to come, definitely next year and the years to come. Thanks so much, Greet. Now, I don't see any questions really. I think either we were just, I'm not sure, discouraging questions, or everything seems to be so clear that nobody, I see the question there. Not really to this session. Anyways, look, maybe you can already start with the closing remarks now, and then we'll all have more time to do other things. But I think I'm very, of course, happy that positive comments were already shared orally in the chat, over email. If you have any criticism to what we presented today, how we approached it, also let me know. I think sometimes these things you might not want to say publicly, but please also share with us what could be improved in the future. As I said at the very beginning of the conference, I really hope that we can have a hybrid conference next year. So bringing people back to Geneva, to the ILO headquarters, shake hands, hug each other, share over coffee, tea, or whatever your preferred beverage is, because we understand that networking is not really so much, well, it's not really possible when you just like stare onto your screen and don't have these breakout sessions or these breaks where you can have more discussions one-on-one. So really hope that we can meet again in Geneva next year, with many of you joining now online, coming to Switzerland. Now, I think we tried, and hopefully we succeeded in addressing different topics that are, we think, of high relevance for the business community at global and also national level when it comes to the inclusion of persons with disabilities. We talked about the digital economy. I think an additional area we need to explore a little bit more the green economy, and how we, as Global Business and Disability Network and business community, can promote the employment of persons with disabilities in the green economy. We spoke about procurement. As I said before the session on procurement started, I think it's very encouraging to see that more and more companies start working on disability inclusive procurement. We launched a number of tools, of course, with the self-assessment tool of the Global Business and Disability Network. We heard from Purple Space and, of course, also Darren from Eli Lilly and Company about the guide on global disability employee resource groups. We heard from Jenny about the guidebook on e-recruitment platforms. And, well, then we heard about neurodiversity, and lastly, about partnerships. I think some of these sessions, of course, are interlinked with each other. I think partnership is at the core of whatever we do as Global Business and Disability Network, but also what those companies and organizations presenting today is very well, at the heart of what they do. They collaborate, they partner, otherwise they would also not be members of the Global Business and Disability Network. So that's really beautiful to see, that we stay open, that we stay open to partnership, that we stay open to developing open source resources that hopefully benefit all of us, and also those who are outside this call and outside of the usual networks we engage. So thanks so much for that. Well, what am I left with? I think it's just thanking everybody who spoke, of course, today, the very many panelists, those who also asked questions, those who raised important issues in the chat that hopefully we managed to address. Mostly, I understand we couldn't address all the questions, at least not orally. I see colleagues also typed down questions in the Q&A box of Zoom, so I'm happy to see that most of the questions were addressed anyways. The recording of this conference will be shared this week at some point. Please follow us on LinkedIn. It never harms to have more followers there. I think the more followers we have, the more people will see what we are doing and might get interested in more, or even starting their disability inclusion work. And thanks, of course, also to the international sign interpreters, also to my colleague Aria, who has been supporting the conference from the very beginning and did her magic in the background. So thanks so much. I hope I didn't miss anything. Probably I did, but if so, just drop me an email and I'm happy to address it at a later stage. So thanks so much again. And hope to see you either online or in person very soon. Have a great day and be in touch. Bye-bye.